Hello everyone, and welcome to another Final Fantasy Friday, with me, McGammar. The world continues to burn. Apocalypse is still here. But we have RoleQuest to do, and so we are going to do that today. We'll give people a little bit of time to get in here. And I did get over to my RoleQuest givers anyway. I didn't stream last week, sorry about that. But I'm here this week, and that's what matters, right? Yeah, family had things arrive on the day that I normally do things. I should probably start streaming on other days, when I have time. But I wish I could schedule those times. But, I'll figure it out. I'll talk to chat when there's people in here. For now, this week, we have 3 more role quests to do for Endwalker. I still have to do the melee one in Limsa, I still have to do the physical ranged one in Doma, and I have to do the magic one in Ishgard. I'm gonna do them in the order of, progressive happiness. So I'm gonna do the melee one first, the magic one second, and the ranged one last. I've determined all this, so let's get into it. The Limsa Delegate. Storm clouds brewing. The Limsa Delegate would entreat your aid in dealing with a grave threat back home. Ah, Bunt, on behalf of Admiral Blotherson, I thank you for many deeds in service of Limsa. You have received troubling tidings of beasts akin to those that plague Hien have been sighted along the ocean coast. The Admiral had mustered a maelstrom in hopes of quelling the threat, yet there is not much we can do if we do not understand about our foe, and as such, your expertise in this arena should be a great boon to us. Will you help us? I'll do what I can, or wouldn't be much of a hero if I refused, would I? I'll be snarky here. Excellent. Admiral will be heartened if I have your knowledge and martial prowess on our side, I am certain. Pray set sail for Limsa as soon as you're able. The Secretariat and the Maelstrom Command will apprise you of the details upon your arrival. And so we go! I think my return is still Limsa? It is. We'll fix the problem with the world being in danger one day. One day, but that day is not today. Ah, there's my friend. Good to see Bill's around. I miss Mills. He's one of the good ones. Alright, so we have a Secretariat. It is Catgirl, with very dark skin. Ah, our man in Rats at hand told us to expect you. I'll inform the Admiral of your arrival. Hi there, Tivanian. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you got the Wiggler. There she is, the tall woman. Glad you could join us, Bont. I only wish it were under better circumstances. The grave news from the bounty has not escaped our ears. I can only scarce to imagine the horrors you have witnessed there. It pains me to say the selfsame hell has come to Vilbrand. Fell beasts born of deepest despair have been sighted all throughout our island. Tell him what we know. The first report came a few days ago from one of our men patrolling the Skull Valley. He spoke of a fearsome creature unlike our native to our shores. While we had our suspicions, it was only later that a connection to the final days was confirmed by a most unlikely source, the Sahagin. We have been treating their remnant for some time now, and many more have made a full recovery. Owing to this, some factions are eager to improve diplomatic relations with Limsa. Here's one such faction that has provided the most comprehensive reports in all their alarming detail. I speak of a most dreadful sight, their spawn brothers transforming into horrific beasts before their very eyes. Indeed, it is far too similar to the incidents in Hien to be mere coincidence. If our assumptions are correct, the first and foremost formidable of the beasts, a blasphemy as it was described, we would call them, prowls our waters as we speak. Fortunately, there's been no sighting of the blasphemy within the city, Nevertheless, we are to spare our people the horror that befell Hien. The fiend must be dealt with, and quickly. Despite our investigative efforts, we remain very much in the dark as to the precise nature of the threat we face. Were we to recklessly dispatch large numbers of troops, we'd run the risk of having our own men corrupted. You can well imagine the carnage that would ensue. As such, the Admiral Blushison has decided to keep those involved to a minimum and lead the investigation herself. Ooh, she's girl bossing. And I would have you at my side. What say you? But of course! You have my thanks. We will depart at once to meet with the Sagan allies, and gather what knowledge we can, though we might devise a proper plan of attack. They are due to arrive at the South Tide Gate soon. I'll go on ahead and wait for you there. Alright. I'm really glad that they're starting to, like, canonically get along better with the Sahagin. Like, in world, it's a timepiece, and so it's set in a realm reborn forever, and they're all temporal breath of Hien. But, like, the plot is moving forward. Ooh, I'm getting a little bit of lag. That's not good. Let me, see if that helps. I don't think it will, but I'll try. Ooh, some new players. Or alts, you know, it could be alts. Always a chance of alts. As a person who has, like, a lot of alts. I will say over 20 alts. Yeah, probably alts. Sometimes you want a different character look, but you don't want to use a Fantasia, so you just make it alt. Where am I supposed to be, actually? The other side of the gate. You! It's been past our agreed meeting time, but the Sagan are nowhere to be seen. They did not seem to sort to break their words. This bodes ill. Let us leave this place to the guards, and search Halfstone for any sign of them. Alright. Hi there, sir! Welcome to the stream. Hope things are going good for you and yours. Oh! I want to point out something. There's a fan fest going on that's revealing new information about the new expansion coming out, which I believe is called, like, Evercold? Yeah, we're getting the new expansion in a year. So I have a year to get this character caught up and all the way through if I'm going to do current stuff. Oh boy, that's not going to happen. With the way I do content, that's not going to happen. But, as part of this promotion, as part of this, if you are watching on Twitch or YouTube, any Final Fantasy XIV streamer, you can get an icon next to your name. Which I don't think I can change right now. No, I can. Alright, you can get cat. Behold, that fat cat icon. It's really tiny in the VOD, I'm sure. If you watch any Final Fantasy streamer for an hour, you can get that cat. So I hope everyone enjoys the cat. Meanwhile, I'm gonna fight this weird sea creature. What is this thing? Null is in danger. Quickly, to his aid. Alright, I thought I would be fighting that danger, but I guess she's got that one. I'll get this one. Alright, let's see. Activate the Snoke, and Rules of Nature! Yeah, Viper's a good class. Hey, you doing alright there?
Many thanks, Soul Walker. Pray tell, is my companion safe?
Yeah, the Admiral took care of that one.
The Admiral herself came to our aid. Glad tidings indeed. You too have my boundless gratitude for saving my life. Let us quit this place before those beasts return.
Alright. Heading back downtown. And we're here.
Relieved I am to see both of you safe. Psh! Had the Admiral not come to our rescue when she did, I shudder to think of what would have happened.
Everyone's still alive? Good. But not if we stay out here too long. Inside, quickly. That's still outside, but you mean through the gate, right?
Thank you, my friends. Those ghastly beasts would have made short work of us had you not intervened. And yet, it brought me no joy to watch them die, for unbelievable as it may sound, until a short time ago, they were none other than our very own Swan brothers. At first we thought them merely cursed, but our talismans and magics availed us not.
Aye, 'twas no curse. 'Twas an evil like no other. Innocent souls transformed against their will into unholy beasts called blasphemies.
Blasphemies! Pray tell us more.
That would be your area of expertise, Bont. Alright, I'm on it. So, explains, bad things. Explains.
Turned into beast by the power of despair. This is horrifying indeed.
Thus far, the phenomena here in Nemosha has been limited to the Sahagin. Why is that?
I cannot say. Yet I wonder if the crushing tide are involved in some way.
I know not of this crushing tide.
Word of them has yet to reach you, I see. It all began with the Indigo Matriarch. The queen of our kind was stricken with a grave malady.
Oh?
Tragic as this was, there was one small solace. She was not fond of shore walkers, and so deprived of her leadership, more of my kind came to see the wisdom in making peace with Limsa. There remains, of course, those who would oppose our cause. They formed a group called the Crushing Tide. Even now they seek to summon the Lord of World anew, and consign all finless ones into a briny deep. However, they lack the crystals necessary to do so. Denied the power they crave, they can do naught but gnash their teeth in desperation.
And you suspect these feelings of helplessness are the cause of their transformations?
Just so. Those are our Swan brothers who turned to these beasts, have been fraternizing with the Crushing Tide. Despite our differences, we cannot abandon our kin to such a cruel fate. We must be careful not to drive them into deeper despair. Yes, we must consider the situation carefully, lest we bring destruction upon all our kind.
Tell me this. Are the Crushing Tide even now under Leviathan's thrall? If freed from their drowned state, might they not listen to reason?
Were it not so simple. All but a few are long since cured. They walk this path of their own free will.
In that case, they may yet be dissuaded from their present course. For the sake of the nascent alliance, we'll do all we can to save our brethren. Fortunately, a most capable ally stands with us, for this man has bested many formidable foe, including Leviathan.
Psst, the great McGammar, in the flesh. Honored am I to stand in your presence.
Yeah, everybody knows our name. Nobody knows what we look like. Together, we will weather the storm and usher a new age of harmony. This I swear. There is much to be done. For now, let us return to our homes and prepare as best we can for the trials ahead. Should we discover aught of value, we'll be sure to share it with you. I ask that you do the same.
Psst, indeed we shall. Until such time, I watch over my Spawn brothers, and pray that no more succumb to the change.
Yeah, let you do that. Keep your hopes up, guy. Maybe play some music. I like music. Alright, back to Linda Laminda. Nope, 2-minute cooldown. I could walk back or I could pay the big bucks. I'm paying the big bucks. Oh no, 200 gil. Whatever will I do? Ah, Limsa nighttime. Oh, goodbye, Mills. I really miss Bills. Alright. Oh, we go back to her. Okay.
The Admiral told me everything. Thank the Navigator that you were there to dispatch those terrible beasts.
Welcome back. Thanks to you and Noel, we now possess a proper understanding of the challenges we face. 'Tis a daunting task that lies before us. We'll continue to cooperate with the Sahagin to learn all we can. Once we have located Up's blasphemy, I will have need of your strength. Till then, I ask that you remain at the ready. Clearly, the storm clouds have only begun to gather. Alright. And she walks off. Next one in the line. The Crushing Tide. Oh, good. We see a guy with a scarf. The outfit looks a little bit familiar, doesn't it? If you played other Final Fantasy games. The Secretariat has recent developments to share.
Your timing could not be better. The Admiral has just this moment returned from meeting with the Sahagin. I shall inform her of your arrival.
Oh boy! More cutscenes! Ah, Bant. I'm glad you're here. We have decided on our next course of action. As you know, we face two distinct but interconnected challenges. The transformation that occurs among the Sahagin may be one, but the blasphemy itself is the root of our problem. Thus far, those who have succumbed to the change have all been afflicted with the crushing, or affiliated with the Crushing Tide, who continue to resist our diplomatic efforts. Were we to put a stop to the phenomenon, as well as address the grievances, we may yet have a chance at peace. To that end, I would propose a double-pronged approach. On one front, we shall work in tandem with our Sahagin allies to redouble our patrols. Should the blasphemy surface, we will share this knowledge and move immediately to dispatch the threat. At the same time, we will pursue a dialogue with the Crushing Tide. We need to bring them back to the negotiating table, and see what can be done to convince them to stand down. A key point will no doubt be the lingering issue of securing land for their spawning grounds. The discussion I intend to approach with an open mind. It will be no easy task, but we succeeded with this with the kobolds. I have good faith that we'll succeed with the Sahagin as well, so long as we parley in good faith. I can only hope the Crushing Tide will share the sentiment, or I doubt they will listen. I will go with the former. We have to have hope. You're wise to temper your expectations, but I would not abandon hope ere we try. At any rate, Noel has sent word that Dao, a priest who styles himself the leader of the Crushing Tide, has grudgingly agreed to hear us out. I will parley with him face to face at the Swapster spawning grounds, and would have you at my side. If you do not object, that is. No, of course I'll be there. Excellent. In that case, pray join me in the South Tide Gate when you are ready. From there we will go together. Immediately load into someone's backside. That often happens in this game. Forward and back, and then forward and back. We teleport forward and back, then go 1 foot forward. No hesitation. Spend the gil. Yeah, it's pocket change anyway. We get it back from doing the quest, actually. But I always worry about fees. It's just part of my nature. Unable to execute command while jumping. All prepared, are you? Dao is not known for his patience. We must take care not to incur his ire. I was told he would be at the... Hi there, Lily. Lily's at work, don't tell her boss. I won't.
Stick.
Good stick. I was told he would be at the Sapsa spawning grounds upon our arrival, but it appears he has been delayed. Let's speak with the Sahagin here. Maybe one of them will be able to shed light on what may be keeping him. One more thing. I come here as a representative of Limsa on a diplomatic mission. Should the talks deteriorate and the things come to blows, I cannot be seen to bloody my hands. I trust that you understand. Of course. And with that, let us be off. Oh! Oh! We're walking the girl! We get to walk Merlwyb! Merlwyb, go walkies! Hi, Lily. Welcome
The
to
hamburger
stream.
looked into the oven.
Oh.
It's a voltage. He is screaming, special sauce all over my face. It has pickles for eyes.
You got the more cursed one. Very nice. Very nice. It's been a while since we got that. Oh, good. The stream quality we took. Hope you get a cat from watching. The cat I'm talking about is right next to my name. That's an event that's going on. Please look forward to your new cat. Okay, so let's see. What does Merlwyb have to say without being in a point? First, let's see if any Sahagin here possess any knowledge of Dao's whereabouts. You're allergic to cats. Well, you don't have to use it. It's also a digital cat. The fat cat is a bit of a thing in the game. Let's see. I think I have a... Where's fashion accessories? There they are. I don't think I have a fat cat minion unbought, but I definitely have the fat cat parasol. It's cute. It's cute. I absolutely love the sound of you typing on your keyboard. Makes your mouth do a gab. It's like your cat pup gif or whatever. Does it? Hold on. Wow. Wow. I think my sensitivity might be too high. But it is a mechanical keyboard, and that is how the program works. So, neat.
Psh! What is this? Since when are the filthy Shorewalkers free to intrude upon our secret spawning grounds?
Pray forgive our incursion. We seek an audience with the Speaker Dao. Where might we find him?
You do no such thing, Shorewalker. We have not forgotten what you did to Lord Leviathan. Begone!
We won't get much out of this one. Let's try elsewhere.
Psh! Every moment you linger here sullies our sacred home, Shorewalker. Begone from this place before I spear you through the throat.
You could try, but, I don't think it would work out so good for you.
Psh! Why do you trespass on our domain, vile Shorewalker?
We mean you no harm. We come only for a peaceful parley with your leader, Master Dao. Where might we find him?
Psh! We desire no parley with the Shorewalkers who would steal our home. Were not for your insatiable selfishness, we Sahagin would grow and flourish.
Your grievances are justified. That is why I would speak with Master Dao and work toward a peaceful solution.
Psh! Empty words from a thieving Shorewalker, but so be it. Soon you shall learn the futility of your efforts. Speaker Dao is currently overseeing a security and spawning grounds. You'll find him by the entrance. Though mark my words, you'll wish you hadn't.
We shall see. I thank you for your aid. Oh. Okay, goodbye.
You'll find Speaker Dao at the spawning grounds entrance. Seek him out if you like, but do not expect they will listen to your empty promises.
Yeah, that way. Okay. Good thing we have a magic map, because I would get so lost without it.
Shorewalkers on our spawning grounds. To what do I owe this displeasure?
Speaker Dao, I presume. Apologies for entering into your home unannounced. I am Merlwyb, Chief Admiral of Limsa, and this is McGammar. We come seeking a parley that we might strive for peace between our peoples.
Parley, you say?
Prolonging this conflict any further will lead only to needless suffering. The menace both our peoples face is great indeed. If ever there was a time to set aside our differences and come together for the greater good, it is now. I invite you to join us at South Tide Gate for formal negotiations.
Shorewalkers and Sahagin coming together. What assurances do I have that I will not be you will not slip our gills the moment we set foot within your territory?
I can offer naught but my words. We open our gates to you and invite you into our home as a show of respect.
I do not trust you, Shorewalker, but I let it never be said that Tao the Crushing Tide was a coward. I accept your offer, but attempt any treachery or subterfuge, and your people will drown in their blood.
Very well, Master Tao. I look forward to a productive discussion. Let us return, then. I shall send word to Noel as well. I would have our Sahagin allies join us at the parley. Alright, that sounds good.
Know this, Shorewalker. I come not because your words sway me, but to show my despondent brothers that Tao the Crushing Tide is no coward.
Yeah, I understand. You're not afraid. Usually I find that people who constantly state that they are not afraid are the most afraid. Alright, here we are. I kind of wish it was day, but you know what? The torchlight's good. Okay, he is here and he brought friends. Thank you for joining us here, Master Tao.
The air here sickens me. Be brief.
Aye, let's get straight to the heart of the matter. A common threat looms before us, one more powerful than any primal, with the potential to bring death without end to both Sahagin and Limsa alike. These circumstances call for swift and united action. You doubt our intentions, but I remind you that we have liberated many of your kind from Leviathan's enthrallment. They and countless other Sahagin have joined us of their own free will, that we might ensure the survival of both our peoples.
Psh! Aye, by the deeds we have lamented proven themselves worthy of our trust.
Master Tao, you and your crushing tide want only to secure a future for your people. I say to you this can only be done by confronting this threat together.
Psh! Threats! Threats! What is this threat you speak of? If it is unity you crave, then submit yourselves to our command. Be as the Serpent Reavers, the only shorewalkers I deign to call friend.
You would ask us to willingly surrender ourselves to your Lord of the World.
I do. For that, and that alone, will ensure peace between us. Preposterous! You propose not alliance but servitude. That way lies nothing but death for all Sahagin. You hear this, my swan brothers? The shorewalkers have stolen this one's mind. He cries Lord Leviathan, and espouses the lunacy of our sworn foes. These treacherous wretches have abandoned our god, and conspire to drive we faithful from our ancestral home. We cannot, we must not, let this stand.
Psh! For shame! Forsaken by our spawn brothers, they side with the Finless One and the blasphemies on the Lord Leviathan. They who steal our spawning ground and slaughter our children, our future!
Oh no, they're beginning to turn! The despair has consumed them!
Psh, behold! Behold this blessing! Lord Leviathan grants us greater and greater strength!
You would call this a blessing?
Psh! Such wars! Find! Flee! Flee for your lives!
Yeah, go ahead! Run! We got this! Oh, they're specifically going after Sahagin now. The beast makes for the airport. I leave this place to you. Alright, yeah, I can take this one. You go get that one. You got ranged weapons. I'm a melee right now.
Splendid. Splendid. As all the Sprung brothers be blessed with such power.
Alright. Yeah, this won't take long. I've fought these before. I could have used the rules of nature thing, but I wanted to use the twin sticks.
This is the second time you've saved my life, Shorewalker. My gratitude is as boundless as the sea.
Also, why wasn't I aided by the storm captain who's standing right there? Or, like, any of the guards on top of the tower? Or... No, hold on. They went over this. They said that they weren't allowed to fight because it would make Limsa look bad to the Sahagin. Alright, there's a little reason for it this time.
But what of the Admiral? We must go to aid her aid.
Good point, good point.
Psh, what a horrific sight.
Yeah, she had guns. She's fine. Oh, it's too late. I'm sorry. Oh! Oh, we killed the other Sahagin. Oh, yeah.
Psh, there's no need for apologies. You are not responsible for my people's plight. But what I cannot fathom is Dao's response. How pleased he was to see his brothers become slavering beasts.
A fool believes it is a blessing from Leviathan himself. Any hope for a peaceable solution will be lost should Dao and his crushing tide manage to wield these transformations as a weapon against us.
I shudder at the very thought. And yet, it is a true threat, the blasphemy is still out there, yes?
Just so. The first ones to transform are those who have fallen to the deepest depths of despair. The more painful their anguish, the more fearsome and formidable they become in their bestial forms, and the greater their influence over others.
Psh, we can scarcely hope to stand against a legion of such foes. Would that there were more my people could do to help.
I will have the Maelstrom patrol the areas of seas for the blasphemy, they might slay it with all due haste. But this may well amount to naught, for if the blasphemy, too, was born from a Sahagin, it could be sheltering in the depths, beyond the reach of our ships.
In that case, pray allow my Swan brothers and I to serve as your eyes beneath the sea.
Thank you, Noel. Though our efforts are combined, we may yet weather this threat. I was expecting her to say storm. As to your brothers who have gave their lives for our cause, I shall see that they are returned home to be laid to rest as they deserve.
Psh, you have my gratitude, Admiral.
And with that, I will return as well. There is much work to be done, and we would see it done quickly. Yeah, let's go back home. Sorry about your friend.
Psh, I must take my fallen brother home.
Yeah. Very unfortunate. We could do nothing, though. We could do nothing. We had to deal with another thing. Oh, my internet's not having a good day. Okay, so my internet was doing great. For a long time. For a long time. But the second I begin streaming again, it gets kind of mid. I don't understand. I think I might need a new ISP.
Oh, you returned. The Admiral was just briefing me on the events of the spawning grounds.
Ah, Bunt. I was just sharing our findings. So you see, the danger is exactly as the Sahagin described. While Dao and his ilk have no means of forcibly triggering the phenomenon at present, it is plain they intend to seek one out. Redouble our patrols offshore, and inform me of the first sign of anything out of the ordinary.
It shall be done, Admiral.
I worry that we may be stretching ourselves too thin. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I would recall our forces from Garlemald, yet I would resolve that as a last resort. For now, I must get to work securing reinforcements. As that you remain close by, we may have need of your strength all too soon. Yeah, I'll be here. She walks off, and she salutes. I think that's going to happen every time she walks off, so I'm going to... Yeah. Onwards! Old heroes never die. Okay, we still haven't met the Scarf Boy. The Secretariat appears to have been waiting for you.
The Admiral just left a message for you, and the news is not good. It appears that our Limsa merchant ship was assailed by the Sagan raiding party affiliated with the Crashing Tide. To further complicate matters, the vessel in question was carrying a shipment of crystals supplied to us by the crystals of McGammar. The Admiral suspects that Dow means to use the plundered crystals to summon Leviathan. He has gone to meet with Noel, and that he and our Sahagan allies might take swift action. She bids you join her immediately. Should the worst come to worst, your experience in combating primals may prove essential. Pray make for the South Tide Gate, and rendezvous with Admiral Bolfiswin at once.
Alright. Again, if they're going to use crystals that were from Ogamoro, which is Titanland, which is predominantly going to be Earth crystals, using those to try and summon Leviathan is going to make for a really weak Leviathan. It's gonna be a whole, like, Shiva versus Ravana, but she was using the wrong crystal situation kinda again. Except that the Ravana is me. I am able to put my swords together, so I guess I'm the most Ravana-like class. I always fly past this. Why?
Psh, it's good to see you safe, friend.
Alright, thank you. Thank you for coming, Bont. The situation is grim. The crushing tide plundered one of our trading ships and seized a goodly stash of Ogamoro crystals. So I heard.
Psh, though their aim is clear, it appears they yet lack the quantity needed to perform this summoning. Dow longs for the days when even Risa Hawken cried out for Lord Leviathan's deliverance and will stop at nothing to see them return. I cannot fathom what the crushing tide are thinking. What satisfaction, what happiness can be found in giving over their hearts and minds to a false god?
And so we must thwart their designs, lest the bonds we have forged be broken forever. By the same token, we cannot ignore the blasphemy, nor the transformation its presence may bring about. A battle on two fronts, neither of which we can commit to the expense of the other. As we sail into the eye of the storm, I would hear your counsel. What course of action would you propose? Might we turn to the three great pirate powers for aid? Or, let's recruit the Yellow Jackets to their cause? Or, sounds like a job for the Company of Heroes. I already know the answer to this, so I'm gonna pick the first one, because, like, I really like Carmelane and like, the Bloody Executioners and Roswood. Yeah, let's talk about the pirates. As it happens, I've already enlisted the Executioners, the Krakens, and the Sirens to their cause. They've done much to bolster the Maelstrom's efforts to scour the seas for the blasphemy. So if we're to seek reinforcements, we'll have to turn elsewhere. But to whom? Let's recruit the Yellow Jackets to their cause, then. Oh, I didn't know I was allowed to choose all the wrong choices. The Yellow Jackets are spread thin, keeping the coast safe from the crushing tide and the raids. We cannot afford to dilute their ranks any further. No, we must look to another party for assistance, I'm afraid. Any other ideas? Well, sounds like a job for the Company of Heroes. Ah. The Company of Heroes. Now that's a name I've not heard in some time. 'Tis true that they answered the call many a time. Indeed, other than you and yours, there is arguably none better suited for the task of primal slaying. but they disbanded over 5 years ago, and neither hide nor hair has been seen of their commander since. Absent their leader, I suspect they will be reluctant to join our cause. And yet, I can think of no better option. I'll contact Westgate, the erstwhile commander's right-hand man, and see if he will not hear us out. I'll ask him to meet us at the Drowning Wench. Let's hope he is receptive to our offer. Noel, might I trust you and your brothers to continue the search for the blasphemy in the meantime?
Psh, but of course, Admiral. Should we discover anything, you will be the first to know.
I'll reach out to Westgate, the former first mate of the company, and see if he is willing to meet us at Drowning Wench.
Psh, worry not, my spawn brothers and I will keep our eyes on the crushing tide in the meantime.
Alright. Back to Limsa again. The return cooldown is too long. It's a toy I can play with now. It's really silly. It's really silly, and I like it. Oh, goodbye. Alright, so I'm in the Drowning Wench. They're not here. The map says just outside the Drowning Wench. Okay. Yeah, looking at the lighthouse tower, which is really crystal in Final Fantasy. Like, honestly? Hold on. Honestly? This is a good background. This is a good background. Or perhaps backdrop would be a better word? No, I mean like a desktop background. My apologies for the delay. Okay, you're recused. So, your plea fell on deaf ears.
And here I swore 5 years ago that I was done playing hero.
He's here! They're all here! The guys from that quest line for Titan that I really hated! Could someone explain why all this is about? Believe it or not, I am a respectable man with respectable obligations these days. Take that polearm out of your arse, old friend, and stop pretending you're not still a murderous bastard at heart. Watch that wicked tongue of yours, Udon. Lest I skewer you and prove it right. Oh, nothing like a reunion with dear companions still for a bottle of Wench's finest vintage. That is why we're here, right?
Hold on, I have a prop for her. I've had no eye catch-up, Blender. Reflex's tummy tickled to see gummy friends again.
Thank you for assembling on such short notice.
Spare us the pleasantries, Admiral. Why are we here?
I make a simple request. Reform the company of heroes and lend Limsa and Minsa your strength. They're all surprised!
You've a reason, I'm sure. I would hear it.
Explains. Blasphemy. Explains. Sahagin. Explains. Threat to peace. So there you have it. A terrible fiend known as a blasphemy prowls our seas, transforming the Sahagin into ravening beasts. At the same time, the Sahagin themselves, specifically a hostile faction calling themselves the Crushing Tide, has declared their intention to summon Leviathan anew. Should they succeed, we will be hard-pressed to deal with the Primal, while still dealing with the other threats.
A right pickle indeed. But the answer is no. The commander disbanded the company, and as his first mate, it is not my place to gainsay his final order.
It's not that, I say. Have you forgotten our company creed? The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. Are the people now in danger not the same men and women fought to defend years ago? The commander would have turned his back on them, and neither would we.
Bold words, Sir Daniel. And do you not truly believe that we can honor them as we are? Old mercenaries past their prime, lacking the commander whose wisdom and prowess taught them the glory once upon a time.
Ah, yes, your commander. Hi, Foxy! Welcome to the stream! I became thinking, like, if I type right now, I don't know what's going to happen. What if Bond here were to lead you in his stead? Surely you would not question his abilities. What? Lead a company? A free company? A intriguing proposition. I, for one, would not be averse to serving under such a decorated hero.
Goodly friend has goodly heart for fighting thinky, and goodly arms for thinky fighting.
As ringing an endorsement as any, but I would hear it from the man himself. Do you believe you are capable of leading the company of heroes into battle?
If you've the stones to follow me, or better battle than a banquet. You know what? I hated that banquet.
Still nursing that grudge, are we? I suppose we still owe you a dozen favors. If you're willing to lead, we'll follow. 5 years to the day. Truth be told, I was enjoying the more leisurely life. But when duty calls...
Wait, before we proceed, I must ask, have we no way of reaching out to the commander?
Yeah, I've forgotten how he took his leave, have we? Up and vanishing, so we could each find our own way, apart from him and the company. I doubt we'll see him again, much as I wish we could. To the matter at hand, the mission you will undertake. First, you are to aid us in tracking down the blasphemy that roams the sea. Second, you must prevent the crushing tide from summoning Leviathan at all costs. Oh, is that all? In here I thought we might get our feet wet with a real challenge. But in all seriousness, we shall take care to decide who attends to what.
Sounds like a job for old acting commander. I'm sure he'll give all due consideration.
Alright, I'll think about it. Oh boy, okay. Starting to right, work our way left. Westgate may be skeptical, but I for one have little doubt you will prove a worthy commander for the company of heroes.
Braveheart happily gives over hand lending to Lander.
You like a treat, boy?
Yes!
Good boy.
Yes!
Thank you for giving Biscuit a treat. The others may gripe and groan, but not me. I'll be the first to admit that I missed the action.
Please think twice before assigning me to the same group as Zendaniel. I don't know what's worse, his tendency to wave his glance in people's faces, or all the shouting and blustering he engages in while doing so.
Have we finished with all the logistical nonsense? I'm eager for a taste of old violence. You know the flavor.
So, if I understand this correctly, we're to bring down this so-called blasphemy. Of course, to do that, we'll need to find the damn thing first. We also got to prevent the crushing tide from summoning their god, Leviathan, a tall order in all of itself. As acting commander, it's your job to decide who will be doing what based on the skills we each had to offer. I'd recommend that you start by having a chat with each of us, and you might develop a sense of the strengths and weaknesses, mostly strengths of course, of the storied veterans under your command.
I just did that, but okay. Alright, let's interview everyone. Why are our eyes closed? My specialty, you ask? Why, impaling fiends with this lance of mine, of course. The stronger the foe, the better. None are a match for me. It would be folly to waste my talents on dealing with those slippery fishmen. Something against that so-called blasphemy, and I'll have the thing on a skewer before I can say Merlwyb both win. Pursuing and slaying the blasphemy, or... Which task we entrust to Ledadel? Preventing the primal summoning, or pursuing and slaying the blasphemy? Let's prevent the primal summoning.
Have you lost your wits? Send Ledadel after the Sahara. He's like to help them summon Leviathan to sate his bloodlust. Oh, God, help us all.
I got it wrong.
I will speak plain. I'm not some battle-crazed barbarian like Ledadel. As none of the Ul, a tribe peerless in hunters, I conduct my affairs with discipline and prudence. As such, I know better than any that to rush headlong into the battle is rarely the best course of action. Far wiser it is to observe from afar and proceed with caution.
I want you to pursue and slay the blasphemy.
It's true that a nun can hold his own in a fight, but I cannot help but wonder if that's the best use of his... but it's your choice to make.
I'm making all the wrong choices, and that's okay. As you well know, my vision is somewhat lacking these days. I can still defend myself when necessary, but I'd rather it not come to that. My condition also leaves me rather unsuited to scouting and searching. It wasn't always the case, but such is life. Oh, on the other hand, I'd like to think I've gotten quite good at sounding out the intentions of others during negotiations and the like. What else will you trust to Shabani Labani? Pursuing and slaying the blasphemy or preventing the primal summoning? The slay. Slay King.
That is an interesting choice, Commander. Shabani will dutifully perform at any task, to be sure, but I can't help but wonder if that's suitable venue for his particular talents.
Shush. Rayfox, master remaker of Illuminati treasures, offers much handy-lendy with ingenuity. Far-seeing spyglass sees also far into ocean deep. Crackfires go boom and blast beasts into bittery pieces.
Preventing the primal summoning?
A choice is yours to make, of course, but I cannot help but wonder if Rayfox's talents might be better applied to less delicate tasks.
I've given them all the wrong job.
Would seem everyone has their assignments. That said, I must confess that your choices do not exactly inspire me with confidence. I hope that you can improve your grasp on the strengths and weaknesses of those under your command, lest these missions end in disaster.
And with that, it is time to get to work. I have procured link pearls for one and all, and you keep each apprised of our progress. You may pick them up at the Maelstrom Command.
We'd best be off then. Should we have need to regroup or reconsider our strategy, call for us.
Oh no, I thought it was gonna be like,
No, do it right this time.
oh no. I'll return to the command and share these developments here in the Secretariat of the Sarg and Friends. Do join me if you can, Commander Bont. Oh, I like the sound of that. So, as a weird subversion of the thing, the girl has made me a boss. Wordplay is fun. Oh, we have extra. Yeah. Admiral Blufsuswind has tasked me with overseeing communications between you and the Company of Heroes. First, you'll be needing a link pearl. Pray speak with the Secretariat. I've just finished briefing the Secretariat. She has something you should find useful. Oh yeah, the link pearl.
Ah, Bant. The Admiral has apprised me of the situation in full.
Furnish Bont with the link pearl, yes?
Of course, Admiral.
Thank you. Double handover. It seems the company is trying to reach us. Oh yeah, we get to hear how bad my decisions went. Hello there, Commander. Just give the word and I'll come running.
Lower your goddamn voice, will you?
Watch your tongue, or I'll crack you down your rip and yours.
You sound more like mortal enemies than old companions.
That's where Bond comes in. I'm trusting you to whip them back into shape. Make them a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, you can count on me, maybe. I'll have the Secretary to contact you again if there are any developments. I'll convey them to the entirety accompanied by Link Pearl, but we cannot afford anyone taking reckless action. In the meantime, I will reach out to Noel and see what he has gleaned about the crushing tide and their hideout. Let's hope for good tidings, Commander. Yeah, and not crushing tidings. Alright, so that was the third quest? That was the third quest. Fourth quest. A mother suffering. The Secretary has urgent news for you.
Grave news, Bond. We just received word that Kentucky Quay is under attack. It would seem the crushing tide has struck again. The Admiral asks that you deploy the company of heroes at once. Our man here will act as your signaler.
Okay. We might have a whole quest without talking to Merlwyb. It's voltage time! Hi, Spoonfan! Welcome to the stream.
A communications officer will assist in relaying your orders.
A company of heroes is awaiting your orders. Alright, Link Pearl time. To the ear. Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Candlekeep Quay! Both Landadel and Udon Nerve should be close by. What are your instructions?
Landadel is a hot-headed warrior who lives for a thrill of battle, while Ord Nun is a calm and calculated hunter. Both can serve you well, but better if assigned to a task suiting their skills. What will you order Landadel to do? Do we just go full tilt? Do we just go full tilt on being a terrible commander? You know what? Let's go full tilt. We're bad at this. See the residents of Candlekeep Quay to safety. Consider it done, Commander. And to the nun, drive the crushing tide away.
Understood.
The rest of us will head there at once.
I'll tell the Admiral that you and the company here is on your way. Godspeed.
I think I'd live to see the famed company heroes not only reform, but fight at our side.
You have orders from the Admiral to make it to Candlekeep Quay and provide support to the company as needed.
Alright, so where's Candlekeep Quay? Lower La. Full tilt! Yep. Also, I know Lily wasn't too enthused about it, due to the allergy. However, I'm going to mention to every single person who comes in, it is FanFest, and if you watch any Final Fantasy XIV streamer for an hour, you should get a notification to let you know that you get a cat next to your name. Which you can toggle on or off. So if you want to have a cat, you can have a cat. Good to know my colleagues and I haven't grown rusty in the years since we disbanded.
Shush.
Firefox treasures go boom! Blast fishy bent to bitty bits.
Is that all? And I was just getting warmed up.
You kept us waiting long enough, Commander. Not that I'm complaining. More fishmen for me to skewer.
Worry not, the tide has already ebbed, if you're following my meaning.
We win! Hooray, even though I gave bad orders.
Perhaps you're curious how the men carried out your orders. And Daniel managed to see every last man, woman, and child to safety, albeit grumbling all the while about how he'd rather be skewing fishbacks. Ord Nun made a full use of his talents in neutralizing our foe's attack. Mere moments after he arrived, he devised and enacted the perfect defense plan, using his terrain to his advantage.
Amazing, good job.
I had my doubts at first, but you passed your first trials of acting captain with flying colors.
Great! I'm glad people can do their job even if they hate doing their job. Everyone's happy, even though they're sad deep down. And oh boy, a reward for watching an hour of voltage that I was already planning on doing. I love it. Isn't it great? The battle is over, I see. It's good to see a company of heroes can still live up to its name. I demand answers. Why do you target Candlekeep Quay?
I spit on your questions, filthy shorewalker.
I was hoping we might do this the easy way, but if you insist.
Psh! So you would torture us? You shorewalkers are all the same. Savage brutes, a lot of you.
Torture? Please, we're not so uncivilized as that, my slippery friend.
Bracelet's shiny treasure will have fishermen trading tongue flaps in no time.
Allow me to explain. Shamani, Lamani, and Blayflox are well practiced in the art of interrogation. Shamani has a sharp mind, as I'm sure you've noticed, and knack for getting information out of uncooperative types with minimum of fuss. Blayflox, on the other hand, her methods can be unconventional, to say the least. But it's hard to argue with the results. Well, Commander, the choice is yours to make.
Alright, who do we get to interrogate the team, chat? Do we get Shamani Lamani's my man, or Brayflox? I choose you! The first response I see in chat is what I'm gonna use. Brayflox. Brayflox it is. Okay, Brayflox, I choose you!
If fishermen will not spit out truthy words, Brayflox's treat will have fishermen spit out something else.
What is this? Ah! So vile, so putrid the stench. Stinky sweet of...
Stinky sweet of aged gummy cheese is strong, yes? Makes many nose stickies and stomach turns.
Our Finn friend spit something up all right, though I'd rather he hadn't. Fine, I will speak, dirty shore walkers. Just get that foul poison away from me.
Merlwyb, it's not clean there. Again, I ask, why did you target Candlekeep Quay?
Thou himself gave the order, said we must establish a foothold in preparation for our assault on the city.
He means to attack Limsa itself. With your numbers, that would be folly.
Psh, Speaker Tao commands power beyond our comprehension of your shore walkers.
We have dealt with Leviathan before.
You misunderstand. Speaker Tao is a greater power still, the very first being blessed by our Lord.
A blasphemy. Tell me what Tao is.
Psh! An island far to south and east. There he performs the rite that will summon forth the Divine One and deliver my brothers and I to glory.
Thank you for your cooperation. I suspect that Tao is hiding out somewhere at the Sealdales, a deserted isle most likely. Oh boy, the isles that you hand out to adventurers for free that I've heard about in the past? No. A different Sealdales. I don't know much about these so-called blasphemies, but can they truly be tamed so easily? We have no evidence they can, but we must operate under the assumption that Tao has found a way. Ready a ship. We set sail for Sealdales at once. Prepare yourselves, and meet me at the docks as soon as you are ready. Okay, we're going on a boat!
I'll have the Shamani and Brayflox continue their interrogation in the meantime. Our friends here might still be hiding something from us.
Alright, we can talk by link pro if you do. We can't talk with them.
Brayflox, keep watching your eyes on this place.
Okay. Don't you worry. Brayflox and I have the situation under control. Alright, where's the boat? On the Limsa ferry docks? We're right next to like 3 docks right here. We're at a dry dock, which is also not actually a dry dock, but a slip dock, but we're not discussing that. Oh. Hi, Jade. I miss Jade. Alright, we're back with the nun.
This is the enemy's stronghold. Never forget that they have the advantage.
I didn't know a blasphemy from a hole in the ground. All I know is that I'm ready to kill the bleeding thing.
Let us see how this blasphemy likes my axe between its eyes.
Everyone is here? Good. We'll make for Sealdales in search of Dow's hideout. Our friend Noel will be waiting for us there. The blasphemy too may be present. Be vigilant and keep your weapons at the ready. Well, Commander, do you have any words for your men on the eve of battle? The duty of the strong, or all for one? They have their saying to being the duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That's what they want me to do, but I'm not their own commander. All for one, and one for all.
Huh? Can't say I've heard that motto before.
Nor I. At any rate, let us be about it.
Okay. This kind of looks like Hullbreaker. We meet again, Thou. Where is the blasphemy? Tell us now so we may end this madness. Oh, there's the blasphemy. It sounds big. It is big!
Speak of the bloody devil!
Psh! There it is! The dread beast I saw beneath the waves.
The source of our woes. Oh no! Not time for the echo now! The echo of all the bloody times. Ah! Damn it!
Defend the commander!
Well, I'm glad they're gonna have a dungeon. Oh yeah! That's what Lady Sahagins look like. We learned that in the dungeon.
Psh! I bring grave tidings, my queen. Wretched shore walkers poisoned the minds of my spawn brothers with false words and foul magics. Our poor beguiled brethren renounce Lord Leviathan and name him a false god. They treat Limsa, and some even call for alliance. We must summon him, and the lost might receive his blessing anew. This I would gladly do had our stock of crystals not run dry.
Spawning time is nearing upon us.
Yet the fight and bicker amongst yourselves. How am I to birth a new brood with my children grown stand defighted? Who dares enter a sacred chamber?
Psst. Forgive my intrusion, Queen Mother. I speak for the Sahagin who seek to accord with the Shortwalkers.
A new age is upon us. We needn't turn to false gods, nor foment bitterness and bloodshed in our precious spawning grounds. The Shorewalkers have changed. They endeavor to understand us, to share these lands with us, that they might have peace, and we are spawning grounds.
Could this be true?
Lies! Lies! Do not be deceived by that one's delusions, my queen. He is a heathen who has strayed from the Lord Leviathan's light. The Shorewalkers are oath-breakers, now and forevermore. As they extend one hand in friendship, they clutch a dagger in the other. We are beasts in their eyes, deserving of naught but slaughter.
Oh, for a blessed moment, I felt the faintest touch of hope. But you are right, Dull. They are demons, and we are damned. Oh, for woe! My poor children have lost their faith. Their minds poisoned by lies. They turn away from the Lord of the world, and cast their lot with the enemy. 'Tis so, my queen, 'tis so.
We'll have no choice but to abandon our sacred spawning ground and sink to the ocean's floor of rot and decay.
Thou, my dearest of my children, you tell then that we have no future. How can I bring new life in this world, knowing that my brood will have their heads and hearts stolen and abandoned? How? I cannot!
And so she became the great big blasphemy.
What's happening?
Please, my queen, you must calm yourself! Oh, she ate her children. Such power, such beauty, a blessing from Lord Leviathan himself. Oh my. Meanwhile...
So this is a blasphemy, eh? I can see what all the fuss is about.
Have your wits about you? Good, if you can fight, now's the time. Yeah, I get you, girl. Strike down, my queen. Send the shore walkers and the honest leaders to their death. Ooh, a dark orb. It explodes! Ow! Yeah, hurt everybody good. Even them. Yeah, what's happening? I can't feel my legs. First she ate her children, and now she's gonna eat me! Never mind, she's gonna eat more of her children. Psh, why, mother? What? Are we not your children too? Okay, we can't let it go for Nov. Or Noel. I think his name was Noel. Sorry, I'm bad with names. Damn it. We cannot weather another blow like that. But a bullet! From a side, and it dispels it. And now the debuff's worn off. We can try again. I still don't know what in the Seven Hells just happened. I'll be damned if I'm going to go down without a fight.
Steady! That beast is feeding on our aether. We'll not survive it head on. Daniel, whoa! Remember the company's stratagem when we faced overwhelming odds.
A bomb!
Retreat! Retreat! Let's get ourselves the bloody hells out of here!
Alright, sure, I can agree with that. But where did that bullet come from? There's no one there. But there is someone there, because the bullet had to have come from something. Hey look, a guy with a scarf! Alright, let's talk in order, left to right.
Psst! What the other beasts we faced along the spawn, my brothers? I could not bear the thought. Other beasts we faced were among my spawn brothers.
Let's see. I'm going to... Yep, there was a message. Let's scroll up. What did the spawn brother actually say? How can I breathe new life in this world, knowing that my brood will have their hearts stolen and abandon me? How can I bear this unbearable sadness? So sad you turned into a great big bad. Sad to bad. Alright, let's see.
So that was a blasphemy. Intriguing creature. For the first time in many summers, we find ourselves with a worthy foe. Face to face with a damn beast, I could barely lift my spear. Next time, mark my words, that bastard fish is going to pay.
When no path of victory can be found, flee and fight another day. It may not be the kind of approach that makes a bard sing your praises, but it keeps us alive, and that's enough.
Yeah, we don't need a spoony bard to spring the praise, or a booty start. Damn it all. We have better luck holding back the tide. How goes it, friends? Is what I would normally ask, but judging from this muttered cursing, I gather it did not go all that well.
We barely escaped with our lives. You think that damn beast had the power to stop us all in our tracks, literally?
What do we know of the creature's origins? Was it once a Sahagin as you suspected? Oh yeah, I had a vision. Mayhap the echo afforded Bond some insight. It did. That was the female Sahagin, the spawn mother. It got really sad that there was no future for her children.
Psst! Hostility knows no bounds, sowing seeds of despair in our Queen Mother's heart, as she might transform into a monstrosity.
If she was the first to turn, then there was nothing deliberate about it. Still, it's clear that his words served as a catalyst. If we kill that blasphemy, it'll be tantamount to killing the Sagan's queen. That's not going to endear us to them one bit.
Psh! I cannot turn my spear against the mother who birthed me, let alone take her life.
Out of curiosity, did anyone see who fired that shot? Were it not for them, we'd all be dead. I know not. We must formulate a plan, and quickly. My scouts tell me that the blasphemy has left the island, and now roams the open sea. We'll order them to continue search. In the meantime, we must find a means to overcome the beast's formidable offense.
Leave that to us. Time and again, we've used our wits to experience this triumph over the longest odds. To defeat your enemy, first you must know your enemy. Tell me, Commander, what do you reckon most valuable knowledge we gleaned from our initial encounter?
That blasphemy is the Hagen Queen transformed, or her history has the ability to absorb aether. I will say the latter, because that's useful knowledge.
I concur. Now that we know how the beast disables its foe, we could use this knowledge to devise a proper defense against it.
I know I said I was going to go full tilt on wrong options, but this is something that, like, Bond's battle prowess would know. This is not him being a commander, so I'm okay with him making the correct choice here.
But this is not all we have learned. While the blasphemy can maneuver through the water and also frequents caves and the like, our best chance of defeating it will be in such a place.
Our only chance, I dare say. I'll send scouts to identify any and all large caverns in coastal areas that do serve as a shelter for a massive creature. To ensure the safety of our people and to have hope for a peace with the Hagen is a battle that we must win. All your strength and wisdom will be needed in the days to come. Dismissed. And so we get a period of rest. Come. Let us share our findings with the Maelstrom. Alright. Alright. And no one's here for me to talk to. At least I don't need to teleport back to town this time. Probably because I already left and teleported back and forth so much. Right up here, do the walk down the bridge again. Alright, we do have 3 people to talk to here. If ever the famed company heroes could not bring it down, then this so-called blasphemy must be a formidable beast indeed. The Admiral told me of your encounter with the blasphemy. The results may not have been ideal, but I am heartened to see you return safely. Yeah! Now that we have seen what the blasphemy is capable of ourselves, it is more plain to me than ever that must be slain. Reach out to the trade ships and treating with the departing Limsa. Inform them that any sign of blasphemy are to be reported to Maelstrom Command at once.
Understood. But given the beast's abilities, how do you intend to overcome it?
I trust my company heroes in Bont. Experienced primal slayers all will find a way. And yet, it will leave no resource untapped. There is one whose expertise I will call upon, if he would agree. Even worse gate is at a loss to his former commander's whereabouts, but mayhap Erenza could be of some guidance. No doubt, while you are still fatigued from a battle with the blasphemy, pray rest while you are able. I barely fought, lady. When you are ready to take further action, you will hear from me. Till then, take care. The problem when the NPCs are the active heroes and you are just the NPC that their objective is to protect until the scenario ends. Out of the shadows. The Secretariat resigned. His expression speaks volumes.
Ah, Bont. I wish I had better news for you, but the blasphemy continues to elude us.
Oh, good. A well-timed call.
Can you hear me, Commander? This is Westgate. I have an idea on how we might come down to take down the blasphemy. Meet me at Costa del Sol as soon as you are able.
Alright.
Well, that sounds promising. I'll tell the Admiral you'll be away for a bit. Godspeed and stay safe out there.
Alright, he still hasn't changed his dialogue.
Unfortunately, the blasphemy continues to elude us. Should be any changes, we will inform you post-haste.
Sure. Alright, Costa. Costa, they say. We can go to Costa.
Apologies for having you come all this way, but ever since our encounter with the blasphemy, I've been racking my brain to find a way of dealing with its debilitating attack. Sadly, I've come up empty-handed, and my companions fare no better. That's why I started thinking if only our finest was still with us. He always had a knack for noticing what the rest of us missed. His eyes were so sharp, he could spot a foe's weakness with a single glance. It's thanks to him that we were able to slay both Leviathan and Titan, and live to tell the tale. The rub is, well, he's a bit eccentric. And yes, I know you could say that about all the company's members. Well, like us, he prefers to work from the shadows. Truth be told, I've not seen him since the day we disbanded. I doubt he'll help his old comrades, even if we asked. But an order from the commander's acting commander would be a different story. In our heyday, we had a way of reaching him. Whistle at the forked road, and sooner or later he'd show himself. Didn't matter when, winter or summer, in broad sunlight or the dead of night, he'd always be watching from afar. With any luck, he still is now.
That's creepy.
But I've rambled on enough. Go now! This may be our best and only hope. Remember the signal, whistle at the forked road, and let's just hope our old man deigns to follow.
You're starting an adventure. Good for you, Ninja Lady. Wait, am I also still I am. How do I still have my sprout? Alright, so do you think it's gonna be real? Or do you think it's gonna be Scarf Man? I think it's gonna be Scarf Man. Let's see. So whistle. Right click. Okay. I was expecting slash whistle. And we wait. Here I was, enjoying my retirement. Why'd you have to go and bloody whistle? It's you! The guy with the scarf! Call me Lawrence. I'm the company's resident sharpshooter. As I was in my day. No need to tell me who you are. I've been watching you for some time. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just curious about how my former mates are faring. Not as curious as folks are about me, though. First Westgate, and then old Mistbeard himself. Ha! As though those codgers could ever catch me. And now Eorzea, storied hero, summons me forth. No need to say why. You're going to ask me to help to take down the plot. Alright, look at his accent, look at his writing. I think he's supposed to be Cockney. I've given him the wrong voice. And now Eorzea, storied hero, summons me forth. No need to say why. You're going to ask me to help take you down to blasphemy. Yep, that I am. I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you to. Have you forgotten the duty of the strong? I'm going to say the latter. Never could refuse when someone trotted those acting words. So tell me, acting commander, what specific duty would you ask me to do with? I trust you do have a plan. I want you to teach me how to do the thing you did with a bullet, but with a sword. So you need a way to neutralize the beast's most potent attacks. I can tell you like getting up close and personal with your foes. You'll be needing support from a distance. Who do you suppose might be best suited to that role? Merlwyb and her twin musketeers down over. You, of course. Let's say Merlwyb. Let's say Merlwyb. Because, like, she's already the one who said to do it. A reasonable answer, but wrong. In pure marksmanship, none in Limsa are the Admiral's equal. Yet Merlwyb is still suited for a supporting role. Not for a lack of skill, of course, but rather, come to think of it, there's something you should know. Follow me. So why should Merlwyb not be in the front? Aside from the fact that they're a ranged DPS. The only time they should be in the front is when there's a stack marker. Oh yeah! We've seen you here! You've been here! You've been standing here this whole time! And you had weird dialogue before, but now you're here and you're much more important of a character. Also, hi, Gabrielis. Welcome to the stream. I saw that, but I didn't, you know. Oh, quite a view, wouldn't you say? Oh, we'll come here to by the sea. If you would, indulge me for a moment, I'd spin you a yarn. You're trying not to doze off. Back in me piracy's golden age, the League of Lost Bastards ruled over Rotado. I was one of them, as was Merlwyb. They were led by none other than old man, Blowfus, the most feared captain on the high seas. I'm feared by his enemies, that is. Stern and unforgiving whether he was, he took me under his wing and showed me the ropes. Aye, it was like a father to me, to all of us all, till the fateful day. It was in the year 1562 in the international area. The Limsa merchants were struggling, and nigh constant raids by the Sahagin. Oh wow, a year drop in Eorzea! Around this time, Blowfus has yielded his day-to-day leadership to the bastards of Merlwyb. His pride and joy. He was still growing into the role though, and everyone knew the old captain was still calling the shots. Blowfus had an noble streak, he did. Ordered us to defend the traders from fishbacks. Merlwyb led the effort, and we fought to the day to keep the sea safe. The fighting was fierce. We always came out of it in one piece, until we didn't. Until that skirmish, the Sahagin survivor, with his last breath, summoned forth the Lord of the Whale. A great beast toppled our masts and cracked our keel like an egg. We clambered aboard the merchantman as our first ship sank. Not to do but wait for the end. But then comes Blowfus's bleeding flotilla out of nowhere to pull us out of the fire. And he did. But a League of Lost Bastards would never be the same again. Even though we escaped with our lives, we soon discovered that Captain Blowfus, our iron-willed, unwavering leader, had fallen under Leviathan's thrall. Oh no! Of course, in those days, we didn't know much about drowning or tempering. We didn't know what to make of the captain as he grew more and more haggard by the day, his words devolving a crazed ramble. And one day, he vanishes, taking off with half our men. Not long after, a band of pirates calling themselves the Serpent Reapers began taking prizes in the Indigo Deep, along with the Sahagin. At the helm was none other than Captain Blowfus, who cast his lot with the fishbacks. Merlwyb knew what had to be done, and to her credit, she didn't shirk from the deed. Shackled quickly, sneaking off under cover of night with a skeleton crew without so much as telling me. Of course, it didn't stop me from stowing myself on the cargo hold and joining her on the voyage. She was none too happy to see me at first, wanted me to leave my hand out of it, she said. But seeing as I'd made myself known she was struggling to fend off a horde of reapers and fishbacks, it wasn't hard to win her over. Her twin muskets fell one after the next, as my sharpshooting kept us safe from afar. We could abandon the path to the centre of the isle. It was there that we found Blofus, or rather a miserable wretch he'd been reduced to. All bones, with skin shriveled and tangled in a mat of white hair, but eyes bulging from his head like a fish he preyed in a whirl. Merlwyb challenged him to a duel, and a dim memory just afflicted in his drowned mind, for accepted. And so, with only me there to witness it, Merlwyb ended her father's life. A league of lost bastards would have lived up to its name if it weren't for Merlwyb. She assumed full command and restored us to her former glory. Not long after, she triumphed over a trident that was named Chief Admiral Limsa. I often think back to that day. Seeing her charge in the battle, musklets blazing. Might seem reckless as home, but it's how Captain Blofus taught her, and she knows no other way. That's why I made it my job to support her from the shadows. It's a role which I'll happily serve again. Oh, that much so, old man. My only doubt was whether you, my friend, were worthy of commanding me. But watching you from far has answered that question. Aye, tell Whiskate and the others of my no-good companions that Lawrence stands with them. Alright, will do. You know, this would be a lot simpler if they just let me go into this quest with a gun. But they don't. So here we are. But, like, it's a story beat issue, right? It's a story beat issue. We have to have me do this so that character can do what he's doing. Likewise, if I were a tank doing this, we might not have got stunned because I would be too durable.
Did Lawrence show himself?
He did. And he said he'd be helping us out.
Now there's a surprise. I had some hope your words might reach him, but never did I imagine he would agree so readily. Ah, just one thing, but I appreciate it if you didn't mention Lawrence's involvement in the company, and Daniel in particular. He'll find out soon enough regardless.
Why? Why keep secrets?
At any rate, this gives us new hope that our battle against the blasphemy. All that remains is to set the snare and lure the beast into our clutches. Our scouts are on the lookout for the creature as we speak. If the latest reports are to be believed, we are drawing ever closer.
Alright.
And with that, I'd best get back to it. Can't trust you to report these latest developments to the Maelstrom. Until we meet again, Commander.
Alright, I'll do it.
The Admiral should be pleased to hear that Lawrence will be joining our fight.
Yeah, probably. They seem to get along well. That's gotta be rough, though, seeing your dad get possessed and mind controlled and then having to put him down. Oh, there's Mills again! Hi, Mills! Ah, Mills is gone. I miss Mills. Whatever Whiskate is planning, I can only hope it works. The search for the blasphemy continues, though I understand you've been carrying out an entirely different investigation. Yeah, something like that. A marksman by the name of Lawrence, eh? The Admiral will be pleased. Of course, we won't have much to call for his skills until the blasphemy is found, but rest well and prepare yourself as necessary in the meantime. Lawrence. Why does that name ring a bell? And we got cod chowder, a Near Eastern soup, brimming in shallow cod, simmering in the silky coconut milk. It gives credit and determination. It's really good food. To calmer seas. I believe this is the final one, given that's a level cap. The Secretariat appears visibly dismayed. Despite our best efforts, the blasphemy continues to elude us. For a time being, we... Sorry to interrupt, but I have an incoming communication from Whiskate. We answered the call.
Commander, we stirred ourselves on blasphemy. We've our erstwhile companion, Riel, to thank. Knowing that the creature was once the Sahagin Queen, he kept a close eye on the spawning grounds. Sure enough, he spied a massive black shadow moving beneath the water not long ago. After receiving word, Shamani Lamani directed the Maelstrom warships to the vicinity to harry the beast with cannon fire into the Sastasha Sea Grot. Isolated as the Sea Grot is, we can engage our foe without putting Soulfolk at risk. Any words from your men, Commander?
Company of heroes, assemble! Oh, yeah, or the ninja start with assemble! You don't have to tell me twice. I've been aching for a rematch.
Rush tuned blindly. It'll go as poorly for you as it did the first time.
Huh. Knowing you, I'm sure you'd show up just in time to see me deal the killing blow. Now, can we not save our vitrioling for a quiet which I've lured into the perfect spot that is now waiting patiently for you, all of you, to put it out of its misery?
Greyfox Guppy Booms blessed ever big blasphemy into bitty pieces.
A motley crew you'd never find, but we'll serve you well until the final battle is joined, believe you me.
This is Merlwyb. All ready a warship at once. Assemble outside the wench when you have all seen your preparations.
So, the time has come. I shall pray for your victory.
Thank you!
That's it. I finally remembered where I've heard that name Lawrence before. As I recall, he had quite a reputation in Limsa a few years ago, for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, I see. Admiral Buffson waits for you at the Drowning Wench. Godspeed! Alright, I guess we're sprinting for this one. Eat my raisins. I need my food buff of 1 vitality. No one else here to talk to? Okay, that's fine. Ah, Bont. The others should be along soon. Yeah! Yeah, the Hearthguard music! The blasphemy is still contained within the Sasasha Sea Grot. There it will meet its end, Navigator willing.
Would that my brothers and I could join you in this fight. And yet blasphemous though it may be, that beast was once our mother.
I understand, Noel. Forgive us what we must do. There is a means to reverse... Were there a means to reverse the transformation, we would do all in our power to bring your mother back. Sadly, there is nothing left to her to save. For the future of the Sahagin and Limsa alike, the blasphemy must be laid to rest. And when the deed is done, I would bring your brothers in the crushing tide aboard the great ship we call Vilbrand. I do not want to slay your mother, but this thing she's become, a mindless beast who would enslave her own kind and kill her own, is an affront to the memory of who she was. It is not her. It is not. Remember this always. You must. Ah, you would know, because you had to kill your own dad, who had a similar situation. I will not ask you to shoulder the burden of matricide. When the time comes to strike the final blow, I will do the deed.
Admiral, all you say is true, and yet...
Up, we're getting home. Ah, Commander. I have assigned a group of Ishmael, crossing tide most likely, heading straight for the Sea Grot. You best make your way here, and fast. It's good to hear real and good.
Time to move out then. Any words to your men before we set sail?
I know what they want. Don't go dying on me out there. Today, the blasphemy falls. I'll say the latter. We're gonna hit it really hard.
You've grown into this role quite well, haven't you?
Oh no, I said the wrong thing. I said the wrong thing.
But enough talk. It's time to show the realm the company of heroes hasn't lost a step.
Aye! They'll stand a better chance of slipping past the crushing tide we split up. Bart and I will go together, while the rest of you take a different route. Let us brook no further delay. To Sastasha! Oh boy, the first dungeon again! Again, we're never leaving Sastasha. We're always going back to Sastasha. Every time! Psh, my queen! I beg of you, pray show your loyal son some mercy. She didn't show any of her other kids mercy. Why would she show you? Oh, he's really dead. You get the blood smear and everything.
Blasphemy, the Indigo Beast.
It's Tao, or what's left of him.
Speaker now! Why would our queen do such a thing? It is the Shorewalker say, without a blessing of truth, the terrible curse! Psh, the horror! It was away at once! I leave the Shorewalker to face our Queen Mother alone? No, I will stand with them!
You mustn't sully your hands with the blood of your mother. Go and be with your kin. Go!
Psh, forgive me!
Well, at least we get some support. The boy has arrived. I was beginning to think you'd wandered off a cliff, Lawrence. Ah, might say you like that. I prefer to think of myself as fashionably late. Well, enough at all. It comes. How come they get to be mocking this without the lunchbox on their side? Hey, Square Enix, when can we get rid of the lunchbox? Duty commenced. It's doing the thing! Here it comes. We're counting on you, Lawrence. Ah, leave it to me. He teleports! Aye, no enemy's weakness escapes my eyes. Oh, they have weak spots, and he can see them, and he can reveal them to us. Just one shot here, and... Dang, I sure wish I had a gap closer or scoot with a Machinist. Aye, there we go. Many balls, handle it! See how easy that was? Or you can do it too, Acting Commander. Alright, balls. Okay, I have to hit the balls from this side. If you don't take out those orbs, we'll be able to start. You ready? I also get gap closer. But how come he gets a cool gap closer as a cool NPC with a cool thing? Why can't we have that? I want my Machinist to have that. More balls! Always more balls! That trick I use won't work anymore. Ain't that right, Acting Commander? You're getting that one, so I'm gonna go over this one. Is that all you got? Time to put you out of your misery. The world has fallen. Indigo, whoa! I'll show you some woe. Ow! Oh darn, if only we had a healer here. This is actually hurting really bad. Okay, good thing you guys can hit. Okay, what's going on over there? Spinny balls? Yeah, let's avoid the spinny balls. Yeah, over here. Yeah, I can see that. I'm not that blind. Danger fate. Okay, an anti-stack on me. I'll go over here. No, you don't! Leave me alone! No! No! We're alive. We're fine. I don't just spinny balls. Either go whoa. I don't like playing DPS as much as I like playing tank and healer. I have no control over my own ability to live. More woe? Yeah, woe behind us. Good thing that guy has lots of bottles of Aquavite.
My children!
Where'd she go? Best be wary. Yeah, her code AoE is real good. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, we're good. There's no end to them. Prepare yourselves.
Westgate reporting for duty. Aye, and now the real fun begins.
There's so much dialogue to read. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's finish the deed. What's Brave Fox doing? I think Brave Fox is just following me. Oh, Swift Scale! Oh no, that's the thing I do. They just threw a potion on the ground that gave us all rehab. Good, 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 good. Yeah, keep doing that, Brave Fox. Keep doing that, Brave Fox. Keep healing. Throw the bottles of things.
You're in my sights.
Annihilation Flare? That doesn't sound good. Oh yeah, that's the balls again. Okay, we got this, we got this. So dodge that side first, then this side. Okay, okay. And then move over this way. Yeah, I can see this mechanic. More of these? Okay, we can handle that, we can handle that. Gotta spend all this extra points. Yeah, worst game is not doing so good. Oh, it's Shiva! We get the good old Shiva mechanic. But then we have the meteor. We're alive. Everything's good. We're doing pretty good, actually. I'm just waiting for the ball mechanic to come back. I'll have an influence. No! Oh, not more of these. The blasphemy is absorbing their aether. I have a bad feeling about this. Absorbing their aether, is it? We best finish these beasts off. I think it's casting faster than we can kill them. Worstgate, defend us with your blade. Yeah, let's go back over here. Let's be at the ball.
I'm starting to enjoy this.
Thanks for using that tank limit break, sort of. But we're still nearly dead. Ugh. Such power. Thanks. Here it comes again. Steel yourselves. I don't think we're gonna get it all down in time. Ow!
Brave Fox feels
ouchy.
That's enough aether to go blasting this entire island. We must bolter ourselves.
We stand with you.
The Saga have returned.
As do we.
For the future, the Indico Deep.
They even brought their little ballistas. No, and the crushing tide. Let's stand as one, my friends.
The winds favor us.
The wall is gone. Aye, this is our chance to strike. Yeah! They bumped into the limit break at once. Yeah! It's working. But I still have to do my contribution of damage or else we're going to lose. And I don't want to have to do this again. Okay. Good job, team. I was barely needed. Hi, Zocopa. Welcome to the stream. Oh, hey, I just did this RoleQuest recently. Nice. Everyone work together to defeat the Fate Boss. The one fallen lantern is the Sasha that never goes out. Wait! I will not ask your forgiveness, but this I promise. You will be remembered for the mother you were. Wait, didn't you ask me specifically to be the person to do this kind of thing?
Psh, Admiral, I have no words.
If you could have did that from the front, why did you even ask me to go with you in the first... right, because I killed Leviathan one time. You thought it was Leviathan.
Our Queen Mother returns to her depths of eternal slumber. With your strength, you could have crushed us easily. Why did you spare our lives?
The beasts and blasphemies are born from despair in our hearts, but no more. I would break the cycle. Though Tao may be blind to it, I believe in a future where Sahagin and Limsa live in harmony. Character growth, that she can do it now, I suppose. Even after losing who she was, your queen made it for your spawning grounds. It is there that she drew her last breath. When our next queen is crowned, know that she will have a safer place to raise her young. Once you have selected a suitable location, Limsa will recognize and honor your claim.
A promise for which we are grateful, Admiral. What of other peoples of Vilbrant?
The kobolds are open to the idea. The details will be negotiated, but I am confident we can reach an agreement. Sahagin, kobold, and Limsa alike yearn to abide in peace. We can make it so.
Psh, I've never fought alongside shorewalkers before, but I must say, it felt good.
We have fought our neighbors for generations, as well as only suffering a tragedy. I beg of you, lay down your spears.
Psh.
It will take time and effort to bridge the gulf between our peoples, but bridge it we shall. That's a good sneak animation. But he's not getting away from this. I dare say, we have a lot of talking to do as well. Don't we, Commander Lawrence? Ah, Lynettle. If you just allow me to explain. He's gonna get so many noogies. Yeah, let's be off before they drag us into this mess. I agree. Alright, we're probably gonna have to talk to them all again, but here we go. Right to left.
Psh, why did we ever believe that monstrosity was a blessing? What fools we were.
Forgive us for what we have done, Queen Mother.
At last, it's over. We can take pride in the respite we've won, but we must never forget those who could not be here with us to enjoy it.
Fighting with Gobby friends gives Rayflox good feels.
Wondering where I was during the battle? Well, I wasn't slacking off, if that's what you were implying. My duty was to protect the ship we entrusted our safe return. Truly.
I dare say that blasphemy was the most formidable foe where our company has ever faced. I must further own my skills, lest the next enemy prove too much for us to handle.
Game? Oh no, game? Who invited this bloody bastard, anyway? I did, actually. Game... Okay. The game is really struggling here. My internet is having a time.
Oh there. Good to see our acting Commander Hien and Horty.
Everyone's here and happy, and alive. Perfect timing, Acting Commander. You must save me from the bloodthirsty blasted. Well, Lawrence, let's hear your excuse. It better be a good one. Why in the seven hells were you skulking about the shadows while we did all the dirty work? Great time. Later, Zokova. Have a good one. Ha! I can not be any happy to show off myself sooner. I can hear you whinging now. Wait, why didn't you think you could handle this on our own? Oh, I'd be bloody furious regardless. Don't think I've forgotten what happened, or rather didn't happen, on the day of our duel. Even though the future of the company hung in the balance, I waited and waited and waited some goddamn more, and still you never turned up. I've got you now, and I will have satisfaction. Given Lawrence's penchant for late arrivals, I couldn't help but worry too. To say he did fine would be an understatement. And not by choice as usual. My scouts observed him roaming near Costa del Sol not long ago. It would seem my commander's woeful sense of direction has not improved in the least. I'm honestly surprised he never realized, Landano, that was to blame for his extreme tardiness. That the commander did indeed arrive at the agreed-upon location for your duel after the sun had risen and set a half-dozen times. Never going to take me. Shamani, you promised you'd stay between the two of us. Blade Fox, every kind word to two of your commander, don't you?
Commander Lawrence commanded no more. New commander friend to Gobbies everywhere. Does many sweatworks for Gobby kind.
That's true, I do help the goblins a lot. And there, I thought I was too much of a coward to face me in battle. Come now, Lord Daniel, you know me better than that. That's settled. We'll fight here and now. On your guard. Put that thing down, I say. It could hurt someone of that. I think that's kind of the point of a duel.
Hard to believe he was once the glue that held this merry band together. That's right, if he hadn't realized the obvious, Lawrence is our former commander. Forgive me for not stirring it plainly sooner. I didn't want you to think we doubted your leadership. He's got his quirks, but as you saw, he's a force of nature on the battlefield.
Yeah, it certainly has unique techniques.
Anyhow, I should think that yours as a stint of acting commander has been a rousing success. Now I reckon it's about time you gave your final order.
Company of Heroes break band once more? Brayflox never liked parting with Gobby friends.
Here. I may have my complaints, but when we fought together, a good fight's never far away. Hey, y'all need a company commander to get that, if you get you that. Agent Limsa can be impelled. There's nothing stopping us from rising to the occasion. Till then, you're all strong enough in your own right. Why not serve the weak in your own ways? He does have a point. I also only just now realized they're all color-coded. Purple, red, green, red. Never mind, they're not color-coded. We have two reds. I only noticed that starting with him. Green, red, blue, yellow. Guess it's just those four. I'm also... Maybe he's not purple. I don't know. Alright, right to left.
Brayflox was busy work. Brayflox will waste up Lander's lip flaps.
What will you say? Let the company of heroes be disbanded. Or no more cheese wars, please. No more cheese wars.
Brayflox feels heavy heart but accepts up Lander's bossy words. Brayflox had good times and happy feels with Gobby friend. But good times will come again. And when they do, new boomsticks will bring Blasty-Doo with much fastness.
Yeah! Bring those boomsticks later. Well, let's hear it, Commander. You owe me a bottle of your finest Bacchus. Indeed, indeed. I mean to return to Wineport as soon as I've tied up a few final loose ends here. Speaking of wine, I've always preferred the older vintages. Left to steep in their barrels for many a summer, and then come out tasting it better than ever. What might say the same about our own company? Maybe. Just don't let it go too long, or it'll just get sour.
I await your orders, Commander.
Look after you, brave nun. With many R's. The brave nun.
I have many responsibilities. A tribe that wants for my guidance and protect. I can ill afford to tarry here much longer. Nevertheless, it is some regret that I take my leave. For all their faults, of which I have many, they are my companions, and I will miss them.
I cannot roll my R's anymore. I could when I was like 10. It's been a long time since I've been able to roll my R's. Mills/Naboralis is really good at rolling his R's. I think he could, like... It was like a quote of, like, just a pinch of... And I can't do it. I can't do it near as good as he is. Next time he's on, I'll try to have him do it if I can remember. Well, if you've something to say, let's hear it. Return to the whalers, and keep the murdering to a minimum. Huh, as if he needed you to tell me. Well, enjoy the diversion. I know as well as any that my true place is Gridania, leading a respectable life. I may not have been the perfect commander, but XIV is my witness. I hope to fight by your side again. Farewell. Yeah, I was kind of a bad commander, really. And now you.
You had quite a turn of duty, but all the good things must come to an end. Any parting words before we go our separate ways?
Give Gigaruju my best regards. Which is to say, punt him into the water.
Finally, I can enjoy some semblance of peace again. At least as much peace as a man can enjoy while waiting hand and foot on the Lord of Curse and of Soul. It may have been rough sailing at times, but I rather enjoyed serving under you, acting Commander Pont.
And now you. On that note, I'll be on my way. Slipping away again, are we? You are a creature of habit. I resented you for it at the time, you know. But I think I understand now. Better to shun fame and not serve as an example for glory seekers too eager to fight and too quick to die. Yeah, you overthinking it. A creature whimsy. A man who lets the tailwind carry my will. More importantly, this new age belongs to the new blood. I have my day in the sun. You succeed in brokering peace with the beastmen, there will be no need to worry about the primals, and the company can go into permanent retirement. And then I can say I did right by the old man. If you hadn't been there for us, I don't know if I could have pulled the trigger. Thank you, Lawrence, brother. Ah, I did nothing. It was you who shouldered the Captain Blush's burden, and that of the entire league. I'm sorry, Merlwyb. I know it hasn't been easy for you. But I dare say you've worked hard through. And maybe company folk aren't the only ones who need a retirement. Ah, but I say too much. Lawrence holding his tongue. Gods, you have changed. But yes, my greatest test as Admiral still lies ahead, as we steer the great ship Vilbrand towards the near future. Ah, you truly are your father's daughter. Hey, my thanks too. Dare say you did as good a job of keeping my men to task as I could have done. Yeah, take nothing. Quite a hunch, but something tells me you passed out across again. But forgive me if I carry on like I've never seen you before. Not like my old friend Miss Beard. I prefer to keep my past in the past. I get you. Well, I'm off. Take care of yourselves. Ciao. Ta-ta. I think he's going the wrong direction. Maybe. Oh boy, now we get to talk to Zargan.
Psh! Why do we ever believe that?
Oh, okay, never mind.
Psh! The blasphemy is no more. We will never know lasting peace until the crushing tide agrees to lay down their arms. It will be a daunting task. We use all the Restosha that are not beyond reason. I will do all my power to see that your efforts and the sacrifice of my brothers were not in vain.
Hi, Jade.
Psh! Forgive us. Even after being freed of false god's thrall, we still clung to our hateful beliefs. It was easier to hearken to Speaker Tao's every word than turn a blind eye to hearken to harsher truth. Easier and cowardly. I'll return to speak with my brothers in Crushing Tide. I'll tell them our Queen Mother's sacrifice, a vision of hope you have shared with us. I ask only that you give us time and trust to make our own decision.
You have my word. We will not be averse. Let us return to the spawning grounds together. Adventurer, I have no words to express our gratitude to you. I will pray with you the only way I know how, by doing my part to usher in an age where Shorewalker and Sahagin stand as one.
Yeah, that'd be great. And now, Giant Woman. Just now, it would seem. Ever since we achieved a measure of peace with the kobolds, I prayed that this day would come. Though as is, of course, only a beginning. Negotiations must be held, and words exchanged in earnest will invariably lead to flared tempers and bruised egos. But such things always accompany meaningful progress. History of Vilbrand is one of bloodshed, where we have the power to change our ways. After all, it is clear that we are united more by our similarities than we are divided by our differences. I will share what I have seen in Zargan with my fellow Limensans, and listen closely to their doubts and concerns. Yeah, be a good leader. For it must be a harmony, not foisted upon them from above, but one which they aspire to of their own free will. No doubt, Noel and his brothers feel the same. Yeah, best of luck with that. Again, you have come to Limensa's aid, my aid, at a time we needed it most. When next we meet, I hope 'twill not be as an admiral adventure, but as friends. Mayhap trading war stories over ales at the Wedge. Maybe. But I'll probably just get a juice. But for now, I must return to my duties. Drafting reports and decrees is hardly the most exciting part of my role, but it is a necessary one. If you happen to pass through the routes at Hien, pray share my exploits with our delegates there. Doubtless you'll be interested to hear your first-hand account. One day I will lay down these muskets of mine for good. But not yet, father. Not yet. Oh. He says, I had a thing for you when you were done with the quest. Oh, I'm at a point where I stopped, but it also teleported me 10 feet. Hi, Syndicate Master. Welcome to the stream. Happy I finally caught you again, Volt. Good to see you. Good to see you. Sorry, like, my schedule has been very inconsistent. I want to make it more consistent, but things keep happening. Oh, sorry. Sorry. What is Jade giving Bond? A cat! Yes! It's time to call back to it once again. I like Chewie a lot. I'll probably go back to using Chewie again one day. Thank you, Jade. Isn't Jade great? Look at her. Isn't she lovely? Look at Jade with her amazing glamours once again. Always the best. Always something new to wear. Always great stuff. Let's see. Where is this new pet? Where is this cat? I probably tabbed right past it. I did tab right past it. Twice. There's a search function. Did I not eat it yet? No, I didn't. Fat Cat. Despite convincing research by top alchemists from around the realm and beyond, most Mikote scholars refuse to believe that there may be some ancestral connection between their race and cats, fat or not. Where did it go? There it is. Born in an unmarked alley in an unnamed town, this poor creature had to hunt the mean streets just to stay alive, until learning that following retainers and feeding off their slaughter left in their wakes was a safer, easier way to a full belly. It's a fat cat! So we have a fat cat. And by watching an hour of any Final Fantasy XIV streamer, I'm saying once again, you get to have this, a symbol next to your name. On Twitch, if you want. I don't know, it's neat. I like these things. I like having extra little doodads to decorate. Like, any level of customization is good. And in a chat, there's not only a lot of ways to be able to customize yourself. So getting cool icons is good. The Fat Cat Badge. The Fat Cat Badge. Alright. Any thoughts on the new expansion trailer, Bull? I can just hear it in the back of my head. Huh. You think Shadowbringers is the best expansion? If Shadowbringers was so good, how come there isn't Shadowbringers 2? And here comes Evercold. And sorry if I missed you already giving your thoughts. No, it's good. It's good. I haven't talked a lot about Evercold because, like, truth be told, like, we don't actually know that much about it yet. We have 2 other fan fests before we really learned anything of significance, and they're definitely going to be adding on to that trailer. That was the 1st edition trailer, but what about 2nd edition trailer and 3rd edition trailer? I'm a little bit sad that we're not going to Air Slate. A little bit sad, but you know what? Sure, fine. Ice Planet, why not? I'm excited for the new combat changes that are going to be coming too. It sounds like they're going to be adding talent points to the game, maybe. But if you don't want talent points, you can still just use the old system. My SSD doesn't have enough room for another expansion. Oh. Actually, yeah, they were talking about that. For players on a PlayStation 4... No, it's not talent points. Okay, not yet then. For players on PlayStation 4, it is nearing the end of its lifespan. And they think that's going to go out by the 3rd patch. But for now, Evercold will be able to continue. For now, PlayStation 4 is still supported, but it's coming to the end. 8.3. Isn't that great? Oh, hold on. 8.3. Do you mean cat face? It's all connected. It's all connected. It's cats. It's cats all the way down. Anyway, let's talk to this guy.
Albert, you return. Pray return. Pray tell, what news from thy homeland?
We fought the thing. Company heroes were assembled and then disassembled.
Extraordinary. A chance at peace with the Sahagin. These are heartening tidings indeed. Without a doubt, you have helped to dispel a pall of despair that once hung over all Vilbrand. Our peoples are now bask in newfound hope. I must share the news with the others. Full glad will they be to hear that threat to Limsa is no more. Thank you once again, me friend.
Yay! We did it! You can now dye the jumpsuit gear for level 90 melee jobs. Amazing. More than loss. So that'll be sometime in 2028 then, probably. I don't know, like, yeah, give it a release date. Like, they had slowed it down a lot for Dawn Trail. Yeah. Yeah. Incident requirements for PC aren't any higher, so that's also good. Yeah! Anyway. I'm excited for a new expansion, but I'm really interested in the new tank that we're supposed to get. Oh yeah, wasn't the preview image for it Ridden Sass Arvidus? The Rogadin who used to have a trial, who then got a solo duty that was much more cinematic and theatric? A dual shielding tank with missiles, possibly? Well, it probably won't have missiles. But come on, dual shielder! Yeah, it'll be ridiculous. I'll love it. I've been wanting a dual shielding tank for such a long time. They also said that the new tank and range DPS were going to be completely new. Which means that they're not going off of new, not going off of, previous Final Fantasy stuff. Which is a little bit of a shame. A little bit of a shame, but you know what? If they're completely new, that just means that we get to have new fun. And make new old memories. Alright, so next up, I want to do magic DPS. And my magic is Pictomancer. Yep, this is my Pictoglam. I gotta refresh my stock. There we go. Now I'm ready for combat. Our aching souls. The Ishgardian delegate seeks a battle mage with courage unwavering. Oh, my Lord Bont, I have awaited your coming. A phenomenon whereupon men turn into monsters. It pains me to say that Ishgard has not been spared. A dread blasphemy has appeared in the Holy See, and to compound the people's horror, the beast resembles a dragon. 'Tis imperative that it be vanquished without delay, and to that end we have begun assembling a hunting party. Given that we fear and despair may turn our allies against us, we are being stringent with whom we choose to his duty. Yet while we have confidence in the quality of our knights, the mission would greatly benefit from the presence of a battle mage, one who can stand unflinching in the face of fell quarry. We'd be hard-pressed to find an individual who fits that description better than you. Will you not lend us your strength and skill? You can count on me. I'm not gonna say, oh, very well, to hunting a dragon, Ishgard. I'm excited. You can count on me. We're in your debt. Just a moment while I relay the god tidings to command. Tis settled. Upon arriving in Ishgard, please take yourself to Aetherite Plaza. Lord of Toyol will be there to receive you. May the Fury speed your way. Allow me to thank you once more for agreeing to aid us in our efforts to vanquish the blasphemy. Lest you forget, upon arriving in Ishgard, please take yourself to Aetherite Plaza, and Lord Toyol will be there to receive you. Alright, let's go. Never forget that Yoshi P's hints are very oblique. Samurai was a Spider-Man t-shirt because of Sam Raimi. Yeah, that's true. But then, like, they also did Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shirt for Viper. Like, specifically Leonardo. But it was also a dual hit because, like, he was also a famous painter, right? So, that's fun. So, maybe the ranged DPS could be firing missiles and stuff. Yeah, the DMN t-shirt with boot jobs. Also, hi. Look at you. There's Horus. Well done. Oh, your armor looks spiffy. Well done. I like your axe. I like your axe. Let's... I stuck all these things in command paint. Do I have a good lally-ho? No. I can type it. It's a shame that that's what I have to do. Oh, wow, I only have 7 Aetherite tickets left. I gotta do some hunts. Oh, another gift? Soup! Soup! Lots of soup! Amazing! I can't force the soup! Soup! It's not appearing. Is it just broken? I think it's just broken. I might not have soup anymore. Oh, there it goes. Now it loaded. Hi, guys. Oh, that's a fun thing about being a streamer. Sometimes you just get people following you, and that's great. I forget how I voiced this guy. I think he was also a snaky voice. Hey, guy. Bont, I've been expecting you. Words cannot well express how heartening it is to have you fighting beside us. Yeah, good to be here. A little bit nippy, though. Allow me to echo that sentiment. It's the boy! The blue boy! Greetings, my friend. Lest you wonder, Lord Otoyo and I are leading the effort to deal with the blasphemy. With your capable self in the fold, I have no doubt that we shall succeed. Yeah, let's do it! Without further ado, I shall brief you on the situation. It was a handful of days after our first beast appeared in Hien. An Elson man was observed on a hill hoplon in the pillars, walked with an unsteady gait. All of a sudden, he buckled over as if in pain, and before anyone knew what was happening, he transformed into a terrible, draconic beast. At the mere sight of this, many who chanced upon the present also turned, and regrettably the Temple Knights were forced to put them down. The blasphemy itself, however, took wing and fled. Profane Fafnir, as they have chosen to call it, after a dragon man of Ishgardian myth. Since that day, the beasts have up in sight in the skies above Ishgard. It does not attack, only circles menacingly for a time ere disappearing again. Alas, these brief visitations are enough to cause more people to turn, and for fear and panic to spread further. As part of our investigation, we have sought to identify a man who became the blasphemy, but thus far we have learned not. We have, however, identified a common thread between those subsequently turned. All were people of fervent faith. People such as priests and inquisitors. Yeah, that makes sense. We did kind of shut down the church. When the truth of our nation's history was laid bare, the legitimacy of the church was called into question. Many Ishgardians struggled to reconcile the revelations of their beliefs, and none more so than the pious. Such men and women, we posit, would be more susceptible to despair, and therefore the transformation. We must find a way to stop it. Ishgard has only just emerged from a 1,000-year war, and we cannot suffer another great tragedy, much less so soon. Yeah. In order to attain a better understanding of the situation, we intend to speak with a member of the clergy. The sole individual who survived witnessing the blasphemy's birth without being turned. Clem is his name, and he is a deacon to the St. Reynard's Cathedral. Come, let us seek him out there at once. Alright, they're walking. I'm talking. St. Reynard's Cathedral. What is that outfit? Is that fancy, like, crafted outfit? I think it is. It has, like, roses on it that are dyeable and everything. That's another thing to talk about from the next expansion. Dye channels. Oh boy, the dye channels are changing so much. Which is good. Like this dye thing? Not the best. I don't like carrying around, like, so many different pots of dye in my inventory when I could just be carrying around one or two. Not so very long ago, few would have imagined Ishgardian knights marching beyond the bounds of their own dominion. We have ventured into Hartegalamort and fought no less than the fate of the world itself. Our nation has changed, and continues to do so. Here he is, Deacon Clem. Let's see if he can tell us. Yo! Ah, Lord Aymeric, Lord of Toil, and the Saviour Ishgard besides. You do me great honour. I am Clem, and I serve as the deacon here at St. Reynard's Cathedral. I understand that you were among those at the Hoplon when the incident occurred. We give thanks to the Fury for your merciful preservation. We seek now to prevent the blasphemy from wreaking further havoc, and would appreciate any details you could provide. Loath though we are to make you recall unpleasant memories, will you not recount for us what you witnessed that day? Very well. We are presently relocating the vault's libraries to the cathedral, in case you are unaware. We have finished delivering a batch of tomes, and we're on our way to bringing over another. As we approached the Hoplon, we noticed a young man walking unsteadily. No sooner had he caught an abrupt halt, where he transformed into a draconic beast. The fiend fixed us with a menacing glare. It was all we could do to find our wits and flee. But to my compound horror, my brethren who were with me began to turn into monstrosities as well, one after another.
Praise the Fury that you at least were spared, Deacon Clem. I cannot imagine how frightful the experience must have been.
It's another church! Oh, you have a big hat. Bishop Vatno.
Forgive me if I interrupt. I was informed that our stalwart protectors were present and wish to express my gratitude. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your service. I pray that we shall soon be free of the scourge. Indeed, if there is aught that we might do to aid your efforts, you need but say it.
You are most kind, your grace. Wow, the church actually be willing to help us? That's a first. I'm a little bit suspicious, but here we are. Now was Mrs. Vardino, the head of St. Renard and a member of the Synod. We'll see the Archbishop vacant. He is, in effect, the highest authority of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. Oh, I see. This is so. Yet, despite of his elevated station, he remains as kind and humble a man as any I've ever known. Like his grace, I'm going to do all that I can to help shepherd our people through this uncertain time. To that end, there is a request I would make of you, if you can spare a moment to consider it. Of course, it was within our power. We should be glad to offer you aid. Thank you.
The deacon was no less terrified by the blasphemy than his peers, yet he alone did not turn. By what grace was he spared?
What manner of request would this be? His tone bespeaks urgency. In the wake of the transformations, a group of clergymen fled the city in fear. Yet they sought refuge in the wilderness. They put themselves at the mercy of elements and the fell fiends both. Given that the causes of the transformation are not clear, I think this is a decidedly unwise decision. I wish to set out and find them, but I'm not to train the ways of war. As such, I require those who are to accompany me in the search. So that's the way of it. Suffice to say that we will help. Do you know whether your fellows may have headed? The Western Highlands, I believe. Between Gorgain Mills and Hemlock, there is no shortage of abandoned dwellings in the area.
Very well. Time being of the essence, I propose that we split up to scour separate areas. Bont, you can escort the good deacon to Gorgain Mills. Lord Toyo and I will tend to the Henlocks.
Alright. Yeah, I fight with the power of two people, so sure. I think that this is also really fun. Yeah. 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 Okay, so... funnily enough, because of the way that Heavensward is, flying here is faster than flying to the other place. Or teleporting there, you know what I mean. Heavensward has some really weird zone connections that I don't think I've used even the half of them. Yep, here we go. Yeah, I'd never use that. Yeah, here I am, using it for the first time now. Hey, look! We're the new expansion! Evercoal! Ishgard 2! That you should choose to abide in such harsh conditions. You!
Ah, I see you found them.
Yes, and none the worse for wear, thanks to Fury. My friends, forgive us if we have given cause for alarm. We come out of concern for your well-being. Though we understand why you quit the city, we fear you may have placed yourself at greater risk by coming here. His Grace Bishop Vatino, too, worries for our health and prays for your swift return. So please, will you not allow us to escort you to the Holy See? I assure you, you'll be much safer there than in this wretched place. Servants of the Fury will never be safe in the city, don't you see? This is your fault. You and your cursed revolution. The people disdain us, mock us behind their backs, and spit in our faces. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. And now someone who's conspiring to transform us into monstrosities. Enemies of the church, I'll wager, emboldened by your deeds. So no, I will not go back to you, Ishgard. I'll sooner freeze to death than suffer your pity. And then he's falling into despair. What? As I've ever done is walk in silver to her. I am a good man. I did not. She cannot forsake me. Oh! Alone I preserve! Okay, why did he turn into a monster and then run away? But we cannot allow him any harm to come to the others. Give chase and do what you must. We remain here to keep the others calm. Alright, we'll do what we can. Do not worry about us. See to the beast. It cannot have gotten far. Deacon Clem, please do what you can to reassure them. Yes, of course. Is that the same for both? All shall be well, my friends. Come, join me in prayer. I mean, whatever calms you. For some people it's prayer, for some people it's a nice hot cup of coffee. For some people it's a nice warm bowl of soup. For some people it's yoga. Alright, let's write this thing. Balls! Balls! Laser! Hammer! We win. I can't paint new hammer. Everybody loves Pictomancer, where you just get to throw a dozen balls at things. What are the beasts? All shall be well, my friends. It is done, Bont. Uh-huh. My thanks. What happened is most regrettable. I must be grateful. Hi, Lily. Oh no, my backup nickel. It's always you. Thank you for the nickel, Lily. My thanks. What happened is most regrettable. I must be grateful that no one else came to harm. While you were gone, the deacon was able to convince the others to return to the city. Let us escort them back at once, and then reconvene the congregation to consider our next course of action. For our purposes, we have to use the strategy room. Announce yourself to the guard without, and he'll show you in. Alright, back home we go. We teleport back to Ishgard because I am not doing that flight. I gotta get better at not dropping nickels. I agree. Did you bend the patch in the purse? I think it'll be the #1 way to stop dropping nickels. I'm looking at the hunt board. I'm like, I'm really low on teleport paint notes. No, I'll get those later. Lord Aymeric and Otoyo will wait you within the strategy room. Will you be joining them now? Oh yes, this room. Wait, no, this isn't the room I thought it was. I thought this would be the room with Aymeric's great big desk. Here we shall discuss our plans to deal with the blasphemy. Whensoever you enter, you need but say so to the guard. Lest you wonder, we have taken the clergyman to St. Renaud's to rest and recover. If truth be told, the thought that they may still succumb to despair in turn remains at the forefront of my mind. Yet the risk would be greater still were we to keep it at arm's length and deny them the comfort of the church. Indeed, from the words he spoke, the Inquisitor yearned for the days of old. He and others like him can be scarcely blamed. Since the truth of the nation's founding and the Archbishop's machinations were made public knowledge, the Church has been in turmoil. Though we have made great strides in separating religion and state, there has been far less progress in the reformation of the Church. For our faith is in everything to us, our purpose and our comfort. 'Tis not an easy thing to reconcile one's beliefs with the betrayal of our spiritual leaders. Thus torn between their hearts and minds, many Ishgardians feel lost, and none more so than members of the clergy, whose faith was once unshakable. Little wonder, then, that the most dedicated and devout are like to turn. So it seems, but further investigation is needed ere we define a definitive conclusion.
Stick.
It's good to hear, Zare. Thank you, Lily. With the war's end, Ishgard has been set on a new path. The choices we make now shall determine our course for the future. Come what may, we dare not squander the chance we have fought so hard to attain. Yeah, we're gonna beat this blasphemy, you betcha. Once we return to clergymen and have sufficiently calmed down, I shall have the dear deacon speak with them again, and we might gain insight in their individual plights. Good. Meanwhile, I shall take the opportunity to brief my men on recent developments. Pray take a moment's rest, my friend. You have earned it. When you are ready to continue our work, you may seek us out here. Alright. The camera has to pan Heavensward because we're in Heavensward-ish content. No forgiveness, no deliverance. Oh yeah, the lyrics of the song! Artorio is eagerly awaiting Deacon Clem's report. Ah, Bont, your timing could not be better. Deacon Clem has finished speaking with the rescued clergyman, and will be here shortly to share his findings. Lord Aymeric, too, is on his way. Let's wait for them. And so we wait. I thought your other guys were coming too. Guess not. Deacon Clem, we thank you for making the inquiries on our behalf. Us know in position, at least. As said, I am glad to do all I can. So, it is our understanding that those we escorted back here are all close acquaintances of the Inquisitor who turned. Like him, they too had been subject to harassment by certain quarters of the populace. Is this correct? It is, I'm afraid. They are all far from alone. Men of the cloth were once afforded respect and deference as servants of Helone, but now they are openly reviled by many. We are complicit in our perpetuating terrible lies, this is true, but we were misled. We too are victims, yet we are regarded by some as criminals. Well do I understand our people's anger, but it saddens me to think that they would lash out at our fellow man. Especially when we need solidarity most of all. Though I can imagine your plight, I would not presume to fully grasp your pain. Will you tell us of the challenge you and yours have had to face since the war's end? Like all sons and daughters of Ishgard, we dreamed of peace in our lifetime, but now that has come, we find I have little cause to rejoice. Our faith had long been the foundation of our lives, and overnight that foundation has been crippled and fractured, beyond repair for some. To learn that we had been deceived, that we had been unwittingly deceived, or others in turn, was devastating. We had once begun to shepherds of men and found ourselves lost lambs, bereft of surety and wanting for guidance. We have languished in darkness, all of us. Yeah, that's rough, buddy. Yet I have faith that the church will redeem itself. They will find a new path, and again become a beacon of hope for the people. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, do what you can. I see. Thank you for sharing this with us. Your testimony has confirmed our suspicions. According to our allies, that which causes people to turn is none other than despair and anguish. If it wasn't before, it is abundantly clear why members of the clergy are among the transformed. That you did not, I believe, is due to your unwavering faith in the Church. In light of this, we would ask for your continued cooperation.
Voltage looked into the oven. Oh, it's a deliciously sweet cake. Oh, I want to frost it and eat it right now, but it needs time to cool.
Yeah, because if you frost a cake immediately as it comes out, you get, like, melted frosting. Which is good on some cakes, like a bundt cake. But it's fine. Of course. Anything to help my brethren, even more cake. Now that we have established the cause, that leaves us with the mystery of profane Fafnir's identity. A progenitor of these troubles. Could he too have been a man of the cloth? From what I recall of his garb, I doubt it. He was dressed in a common fashion, and inadequately against the cold besides. 'Tis said that something an individual may remember the blasphemy influences his behavior. We can determine what the instincts drive profane Fafnir. We may learn who it once was. And this knowledge, I believe, will provide vital in our effort to stop it. Deacon Clem, we ask that you reach out to your fellow clergymen. Please do what you can to ease their anxieties. Understood. As I have ever done, I shall provide what comfort I can to those in need. Meanwhile, I must ask you to make it a priority to identify the blasphemy. To that end, I would seek out more eyewitnesses. The Hotblot is a busy place at any given time. Some ordinary citizens are bound to have been present at the tragic and unfolded. I propose we make inquiries at the pillars. If you can attend to Hopland, the Lord Royale and I will look upon the surrounding areas. Alright, I can do that. Have the cake. Oh, it's Firmalbert. I didn't point him out the first time, but he's here. Keep it firm. It's one of the Berts. One of the best Berts. Okay, I need a hammer. Now restock those. They don't come back on their own. Alright, hi there, Yellow. I wasn't present for the incident to hop on, but a young man poorly dressed for a cold, that I did see. I recall him well because he's aside from because an aide from St. Ferdinand's was searching for him. It was a patient in the infirmary, and by coincidence had the same name. Oh, I see. I know not what became of the young man, but I hope the aide found him. He plainly wasn't in a state to be wandering about alone. And the other two are up. Spirited citizen. Spirit because you're near a church? The dragon that appeared at Hoplon? Aye, I saw it with my own eyes. One moment nose and an extra terrible beast. It was a heretic, I take it. That dragon was massive, let me tell you. I didn't know the heretics were transformed into something so big. Yeah, go ahead, keep believing that for now. Give it a little ink slide. I forget that Pictomancer can do that sometimes. Add 3 of them. No, I did not see that dragon. I would have wished to, if frightful as it sounds. They say it was a Lutovanian attack, but if not, then what was it? Whatever the beast was, I pray I'll never have to lay eyes upon it. I'd sooner forget that it was ever here. I suppose. Just live in happiness, I guess. If only it were so easy. Were you able to learn anything? Ah, there you are, Bont. You search your deadly fruit. Yeah, people have no idea who it was, but it was probably a guy from the infirmary. Patient at the infirmary, you say? Among those with whom I spoke, one claims to have witnessed an individual fitting the description. A man walking in a stupor, who did not seem to feel cold. If he had wandered straight out of the infirmary, it would explain his state of attire. Yes, I dare say we have found our blasphemy. I think his name should be in Verdano, or Vendro. It is the same as the man who former Heaven's Ward Commander Sir Vendro did Rochemont, for whom the infirmary is named. Sir Vendro, however, retired from his station at a ripe old age some 20 years ago. It is not likely to have been him. In any case, we have a lead. I shall head to the infirmary at once. Pray wait for me in the broom. I guess we're going down. I'm glad you like the emotes. There's so much I want to get done. There's so many foods I need to get drawn and plugged into the oven. I want to do a little train for the 2-person hype trains I get. I don't even know what a train would look like in my gas dimension. Where am I? Where am I going? That way. Oh right, the sprint thing runs out. Ah, there's so much to be done. But I can't let the overwhelmingness of the work overtake me, because it is not work, it is a hobby, and I like doing it. Well, Dr. Yell should not be long. Let's wait here. Sure. So, things cool here? Aside from the blasphemy, yes. This is Limeric, the aide who was in charge of Vandero. Ah, have you found him? Oh, please say you have. We have not, I'm afraid. But we seek to, and hope that you could tell us more about him. May we ask how he came to be at the infirmary? He was on patrol in the Central Highlands. After being treated for his hurts, he was brought to us by a convalescent. Being in the prime of his years, he had been doing well, but then... Prime of his years? By all accounts, he is no old man. Seems safe to assume it isn't Sir Vendro. Oh no, he's definitely a different person, as I told Lord Toyo. Although he gave his name as Vendro, he seemed rather confused. We had no means to confirm his identity. In this state, you shouldn't be wondering about on his own. Please, you must find him. A man who's recently turned to a beast of the Hoplon. We regret to say it may have been the Vendro. What? What? No! How could this be? Is there aught else you can tell us? Things that may have been said or done while in your care. Oh. While I was still unconscious, he would often ramble. The person was incoherent. He mentioned the Archbishop many times. Oh, and he spoke of the Bishop too. Bishop Vartano. I assumed he was a pious man given this. We know that name. I see. Thank you for cooperation. We'll continue our investigation, and should we confirm what became of Vendro, inform you forthwith. Let's return to congregation for now. Yeah, there's a lot of ears here. Like Hilda. Hi, Hilda. At least I think Hilda's just over there. I'll go take a quick look just to see Hilda. We're in the neighborhood. Yeah! Hilda! How fare you, late? So the foreman today. It's good to see the rebuilding's begun. We'll see whether Franco can do right by the snowball. How fare the hounds? But the hounds are trotting along just fine, thanks to you and your little pirate. Yeah, I've been working with Muscadoy to coordinate our efforts with the Temple Knights. For long, it'll be the washing all part of the city. Like it was one of them stones on the wall. Yeah! The Machinist Guild made them town guards. They're great. They're doing great. It would be nice if she was helping us fight this blasphemy, but... ah, well. They wanted a wizard, not a Machinist. That dialogue was the same as it was last time. Who could this Vandro be? A mystery remains. We're one step closer to identify the man who became profane Fafnir. Indeed. Though he did not at first appear to be a member of the clergy, his words betray a fervent faith. And now curious that you speak not only of the Archbishop, but Bishop Vatnos specifically. Perhaps he was personally acquainted with his grace. In light of the possibility, I believe we should speak with him directly. Agreed. I'll request an audience, but his grace may have demands on his time. It may be a while before we are seen. Should you have other business, pray feel free to attend them in the meantime. No, I'm good. I like this candelabra a lot. It's simple, but like, with the halberds on the wall, it just like, if it's such a perfect lighting. Like, oh, this is good. I like everything about that wall there. Only justice, only vengeance. The words of the song continue. Look a relief upon Artorios House bespeaks your timely arrival. Bond, excellent timing as ever. Deacon Clem has just sent word that Bishop Vardnar will see us now, by which I mean right this instant. 'Tis extremely short notice, I know. It will not do to miss the opportunity to learn how he and Vandro might be connected. Not wishing to keep his grace waiting, Lord Aymeric is already on his way to St. Renaud's Cathedral. Come on, let us hurry ourselves. Okay. And we're moving. No, that's not the door we need. Where's his way out? Let me out. Okay. Cathedral, cathedral, cathedral. Yeah, this one. Alright. We're moving. It seems his grace is yet to arrive. Ah, Bond, full glad am I that you could join us. My lords, I am so sorry. I informed his grace that you are making your way hither. But shortly before you arrived, he recalled that he had urgent business and had to leave the cathedral at once. He cannot yet have gone farther, so if you wish to search for him, the hopes that you can still steal a moment of his time. To grant us an audience only to depart with such haste. What business could be so pressing? So far, I don't see anything that specifically requires me to be a mage for this, but that could change. I don't think it was this way. There he is. I found his grace, Bond. Me too.
Oh no, even the same Ishgard should be here.
Your grace. Perhaps it's simply a misunderstanding. We're under the impression that you had granted this audience.
Lord Speaker, rest assured, I was just about to return to the cathedral. There's no need, Your Grace. This won't take long. As you may have heard, we're investigating a young man named Vandro. Is he known to you? No, I cannot say he is. With the exception of the former Archimandrite, I'm sure there's no other by that name. But mine and the Archbishops are known by many, yes? Perhaps
Perhaps as you took inspiration from public services over which we presided. Goodly soul that he is. Full good am I that is faithful as a comfort to him in sickness. I pray to Halone that he will soon be found in good health. Now then, if there was naught else, I shall return to my duties.
You're trying to hide something. But the Echo will let me see all. Against my will, I should add. That's a familiar looking dead body.
Fear not, your eminence. I shall carry on in your legacy.
We have completed the preparation at your instructions. But are you certain this will work?
It will. It must. Aymeric spoken the truth when he revealed the Archbishop sought primal power to strengthen the people's faith. I could not bring myself to believe it. Not at first. When in the course of cataloguing his eminence's personal articles, I came upon his journal.
Of course the Church are bad guys still.
Therein he had written that, although abundant aether and fervent prayer, it is possible to make gods among men. All the power we require lies in this place, this Az's law. By channeling the essential elements into the soulless flesh and sword we found.
Why didn't I take that sword?
We shall summon forth King Thornton and his Knights 12, and by his blessing Ishgard shall be restored to its former glory.
No, that's a terrible idea. Why is the Church so stupid? Especially with such a small amount of aether from 3 people. Okay, the sword is... Oh. Well, something's happening there.
Oh! What is this? It's just an ordinary man. Scarcely changed from before.
Well, you put the color back in his hair. And he's alive! You managed to revive one of the Knights 12. Sort of. He's probably hungry. Do you have any night bread? Ishgardian muffins?
His Eminence! I must protect... No, this isn't right. Confound it. Perhaps I overlooked something. I was to turn to the Limsa and review the journal.
Your Grace, what shall we do with this thing?
Leave it. Here's a failure without useful value. The citizens of this place will deal with it soon enough.
Oh, goodness sake, how heartless. Alright.
Won't tell you well.
We perchance granted a vision of the past. Of course. Yeah, this guy summoned a clone of one of the Knights 12.
I attempted summoning King Thornton and his Knights 12. Your Grace, you should know full well that summoning is strictly forbidden. You will accompany us to the congregation to explain yourself. I have dedicated my life to the Church, conducted my affairs in accordance with the Scriptures, and taught others to do the same. But you took it from us, tore everything and defined us. You cannot know how it feels to have your ever existence rejected, to be forsaken by your community, to be denied by your society. Well, I deny you this justice. I deny Ishgard where the church has no place. I refuse to accept it, you hear me? I refuse to accept it!
And so he became a dragon monster. Well, I'm ready. But Aymeric is faster. Wow, look at him go! He didn't even wait or try to give us a command or anything. He just took action. Well done, Aymeric. A proper leader. Your Grace! No! There's nothing left of him now. That should have come to violence yet again. Whether your hand had not been forced, my lord. Deacon Clem should not be alone at this time. I shall remain with him while tending to the aftermath. When things are settled, I'll return to the congregation. Pray go on ahead and get some rest. I didn't do anything, but sure. Well, I guess I used the echo. Fine, okay, I did something. Fine. Fine. Like, he was a general of a nation that's been at war for years. Like, his entire life. And then some. So, if he like, sure, he is the kind of person who would just take action. Good on you, Aymeric. Gate guard.
How fares the Deacon?
Well enough, given the circumstances. Though understandably shaken, he is more determined than ever to help his fellows.
Truly, he is possessed of a stout heart. But to think that even a member of the Synod can succumb to despair in turn. The crisis gripping the Church is far greater than I imagined. In pushing for such an abrupt separation of religious and state, we may have exacerbated the growing divide between the clergy and the general populace.
Bond, will you recount in full what you witnessed in your vision? Alright, so there was a sword, and they ate its aether and channeled it into a body, tried to summon the knights, and they ended up making one knight. And then they didn't have a sandwich and left. That he should seek us out for the Eleg's unholy abominations, seek out a primal. Yet that which manifested was not like that being which you brought forth, but rather retained the form of a man, one driven by a desire to protect the Archbishop.
I may safely assume the Bishop did not have sufficient aether. Bereft of Nidhogg's eye, the sword of Astalon no longer had such power. Nor does that of the Warring Triad remain to be harnessed, thanks to your valorous intervention.
Yeah, I'm so glad I took care of that. But if the summoning failed, how did the clone come to possess life? And what purpose drives it?
Lack of aether notwithstanding, the necessary components were present for a summoning. Perhaps the ritual itself was a success, and the vessel, though imperfect, arose as the champion of the Archbishop. Yet how does he come now to be in the Central Highlands?
You believe that this clone and a man who came to blasphemy are one and the same?
Nay, I merely speculate. Considering what we know of the clone in Vendreau, it would seem a likely possibility. Though the truth may be, I will not elude us forever. But first I must lay some groundwork for the next phase of our investigation. God's permitting, I will have news to share ere long, so pray look in on us when you can.
Alright, will do. I feel like this plotline's moving along real fast in relativity to the other three that I've done so far. Less moving around, I guess. Wills unending, faith unbending. Artoriel has identified the blasphemy on his mind. Has the identity of the blasphemy on his mind. Ah, Bond, you're ever a sight for sore eyes.
Ill tidings, my friends. I've dispatched the Temple Knights to find the clergyman who aided in the Bishop Vardenau's summoning attempt. Regrettably, when confronted, all turned and had to be put down.
Oh no! Without their accounts, how they ascertained the clone of Vendro are the same individual?
Maintaining the assumption that they are, perhaps, instead considering how Vendro may have found his way to Kurthus. According to Bond's vision, he was abandoned in Az's Law. What did he do afterwards?
And there is but one way to ascertain the truth. We follow his trail. I should go and search for a clone in Az's Law. If he's still there, then we are dealing with a different individual.
A splendid idea. We leave the floating continent to your capable hands. Meanwhile, Bond and I shall retrace Vardenau's step where he first appeared. Upon being found in the Central Highlands, he was taken to Camp Dragonhead. Let us begin by making inquiries there.
I was about to say, and none of us leave the room. But no, all of us leave the room. Sure. Sure. Alright, where are we going? Yeah, breathe nicely.
Huh? Investigating the stranger we found, are you? I wasn't investigating myself, so I can't tell you much about the fellow. What was engaged in interest? Earlier in the same day, I caught the sight of an airship flying over dangerously low. It soon disappeared into a brewing snowstorm, looking none too steady. Your exchange with Theoblaine has taught you about an airship flying low.
Yeah.
I do wonder what the airship was about, what became of it. I don't believe we were expecting any to pass through that day.
Yeah, let's see. Where am I going, actually? There's people here. Okay, alright, alright. The map wasn't zoomed in enough.
Ah, it is ever an honor to receive you. What brings you to our humble camp this morn? An injured man who was found out in the wilds. Yes, I know that one. There was a patrol in Chatham north of here, at Providence Point. He was unconscious in a bad way, and we hurriedly bore him back to the camp. After doing what we could for him, we sent him back to the city.
Where Vendro was found. Yeah, I don't think we can just talk with you because you have a quest. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Oh, alright, it's these two again. I thought you guys were in Garlemald.
What ho, my good fellow! We certainly had the most remarkable adventures in Garlemald, which have been explained in great detail to Anwar ever since my return. I only wish he could have been there with us. Lord Emanuele's spell of absence afforded me time to return to my writing. I must admit that life was rather duller without him, though not necessarily for the worse.
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't called an old boy this time, though.
Well now, if it isn't the late Oswald's great dear friend. Is there something to require? Oh yes, the mystery man. I was among those who tended him. It was not attired for the snow, much less a snowstorm in which we had been caught. We had been suffering from frostbite. The people are extremely cold. They mistakenly feel that they are warm and disrobe. That might explain his state of undress.
And he was awful.
We took care of the man as best we could, but given his state, I expect he will need a long convalescence before he's back on his feet.
Okay, still inside town.
There we are. We're able to learn of aught of interest.
Alright, we have all three accounts. A hastily written note which reads that. A hastily written note, yeah. Okay, nothing too interesting on those.
A mysterious man found collapsed after an airship was seen flying low. Yes, the accounts I've heard are consistent with yours.
I, for one, am curious about the fate of an unknown airship. To that end, I have arranged for a pair of black chocobo for us, who will more efficiently scour the area. We shall continue our search at Providence Point, where Vendro was said to have been found. Are you ready? Let me off. Mount a black chocobo and begin searching. Yes! Stick!
Stick!
Stick. It's not often that the game gives you one of these like little forced movement sections like this. Sometimes they're nice, but like I can already fly here and a lot faster than this Aymeric. So what are we looking for? Nothing so far. Let's continue northeast. Oh, something happened? Oh yeah, the connection went bad. I'll give it a minute to give people a chance to get back. Unless the cutscene just automatically goes on its own like this. Yep, there's the airship. It looks like an Ironworks one. And there's the dragon. There it is. There's the blasphemy. It looks like the stream's back now. The bars are green again, so that's good. By the Fury, it's a blasphemy. Oh good, another echo. Love it. Love to see it. His Eminence must protect His Eminence. I'm gonna guess that that's a Twitch-ended thing, the bars. Voltage is baggage. Yes. I've always been here. Ah, you're finally awake. Hello, they be praised. How are you feeling? Sorry to speak. Can you tell me your name? My name is Zephyrin. No, Sherber. Or was it Velguin? Palcrane? So many names swirling in my mind, and voices that reject them. Is there none they will accept? Are you alright? Vendro. My name is Vendro. Well now, that's the same as our infirmary. I dare say the fate has guided you to us. So, Vendro, if you're feeling us up to a little conversation, can you tell me about yourself? Anything you can remember, anything at all.
A proud son of Haltabile, nay, a devout servant of Helone, who lives for a rush of battle, the pleasure of inflicting pain, the attentions of maidens, to fight beside my brothers at arms. A low-born runt, whose every effort was unrewarded, whose very name disqualified him from ever leading the Temple Knights. But his eminence raised me up, granted me a place at his side. From that day forth I pledged my sword to his service, pledged my very being, my life to be offered up in defense of his. I am a knight of the Heaven's Ward, sworn to protect and serve, the Archbishop.
Oh, you're a knight. Forgive me if that sounded rude, but I had no idea, and while I realize your memories may be a bit muddled, I'm afraid I must inform you that the Heaven's Ward have not been seen for some time, and are presumed dead, and the Archbishop, well, he most certainly no longer with this world. Oh no. But the important thing is we're safe now. It will help get you back on your feet. Speaking of which, let me bring you some food and water. You must be absolutely famished. Down again? No, it's still... Yes, knowing. Down and up and... Anyway.
Oh, Bishop. Dead. No, this cannot be. How can I still be alive when he is not? I must find him.
Yep, that dragon's definitely our man.
A bonce!
Oh, the dragon's here. Right, yes, sorry.
For the glory of King Thordan.
Oh good, even the bot says I'm back alive. But he's retreating from me. I'm scary.
Another vision, I take it.
Yeah.
Let's make for Ishgard. I expect that Lord Otoya will soon return. If not already, we should both be glad to hear your tale.
Yeah, chat's having a time. I'm so sorry. If I could provide a consistent experience, I definitely would, but it seems like that's not even the card for Twitch. Just get back. Make use of the time we have. I don't know what I can do to try... Is it bitrate? Is it bitrate? Let me go into my settings a little bit. What can I do? I don't think I can affect anything while it's in the middle of this. Alright. No, I'm not gonna do this on stream. I'm not gonna do this in the middle of stream. I'm going to just keep moving. I'm just gonna keep moving. It says, you've been losing customer... You think losing customers will make the ISP rethink how they're running things? Yeah, they have lost a lot of customers in my area. And the other one is pushing really hard to get. And honestly, we're this close to doing it. We're this close to doing it. If they raise our rates again, then we're definitely changing. Come on. Ah, Pont. I pray your search was more productive than mine own. Yeah, we found the dragon. The blasphemy dragon.
Everyone is here. Excellent. So we will find our clone as is law.
Nay, not but that the discarded Aslan remained. How fared your search with our own efforts in the Central Highlands?
In the course of retracting Vendra's steps, we came upon the wreck at the Soleil. I suspect we found the vessel abandoned as his law, and tried to use it to return to Ishgard.
But it crashed en route and was subsequently rescued by a patrol from Camp Dragonhead.
So it would seem. The Archbishop's airship was not the only thing we found. Profane Fafnir was there too. The creature chose to flee, but not before Bont had a vision of Vendro's past. Go on, my friend. Share with us what you witnessed.
Alright, so... he is a weird amalgamation of all the Knights 12 in one person. And he's extremely confused, and has all the memories, and is trying to fulfill his purpose in a world where there is no purpose. All the pieces fit, and as you surmise, my lord, Vendro is the clone or when the same. In his despair, he turned into a blasphemy. Yet the confusion he exhibited when asked his name, as if he wasn't sure of his own identity.
According to the Scions, primals retain the memories of their previous incarnations. From this it may be assumed that the clone harbors the memories of all those who became King Thornton and his Knights 12. Though he struggled to reconcile these conflicting memories, he managed to settle on the name Vendro. The voices within were clearly in agreement when facing Bont, the mere sight of whom drove the blasphemy to flee. Above all, however, they shared the desire to protect the Archbishop. This desire was seared into Vendro's very being, and when he learned that this no longer had purpose. The Heaven's War took up arms against us and Ishgard. By their hands were we robbed of one of the finest knights and a dear friend. Even so, I would not wish such a terrible fate upon them. A self-same fate inflicted upon full many clergymen. There is a fate I fear ordinary citizens will succumb to if we do fail to act. Our people will not soon forget the betrayal of our church's leadership, nor should they. But absent the comfort and stability once afforded to them by their institution, many have become lost, and are all too vulnerable in their despair.
The people don't have to forget, but they need to move forward. There can still be a sort of comfort, but the things need to change. I'll say the first thing.
I thought as much myself, my friend, but here you say it as well. Indeed, when the ground upon which we stand crumbles, we must find the strength to move forward, even should it cause us pain to do so. Well, Toyel, in the next house session, I shall call for an ecumenical service council to be held.
My lord, such a gathering is reserved for... Oh, you intend for the church to codify new doctrine.
Since the separation of religious and state, we have refrained from interfering in church affairs even. With the church is to remain a part of Ishgardian society and continue serving the people, we must reconsider its role in the formally addressed recent events. I would call this council not as the Lord Speaker, but as a humble adherent of the faith. Long had I considered whether such measures were necessary, but when lacked the courage to set them in motion. I now have it thanks to you.
Yeah, it ain't nothing. Glad to be there for you, guy.
I shall tend the necessary preparations at once. Among other things, we must reach out to those of the clergy who are amenable to reform. I ask you for your patience in the meantime.
Forge ahead. Oh, mighty fury, grant guide us victory. More lyrics in the song. They continue. This entire questline is just Heavensward, as it is. But I mean Heavensward the song lyrically. The set of Artoriel's jaw betrays a hint of anxiety. And we're being given more con. Ah, Bond. Owing to Artoriel's swift action, I am pleased to say that the Ecumenical Council will soon be held. In case you are unaware, the Council is the highest assembly of the Ishgardian Orthodox Church. Its purpose is to deliberate and decide upon doctrine. The previous one was held no less than 80 years ago, and 4 archbishops have since come and gone. As such, most Ishgardians know little of it, save that which they have read in historical records. Traditionally, the archbishop and members of the synod would meet behind closed doors. A large Bishop of Vardano's fate, however, the time the doors will be thrown open to the public. Indeed, for the first time in history, all men and women of faith may have a hand in shaping the mission and the teaching of the Church. Yeah, love and acceptance, right? It is my hope you will also join us in this endeavor. Deacon Clem, allow me to express our gratitude for your efforts in facilitating the council. We appreciate the difficulty of your position. I merely heed my conscience and follow my faith, my lord. Acting in Bishop Vardano's stead, I will do all within my power to see that the Church may well serve the people once more. Was the Lord Speaker, if I may ask? He stepped outside for a moment, saying that he wished to gather his thoughts ahead of the council. The hour draws nigh, however. Bond, I shall proceed to the vault with the good deacon. In the meantime, may I ask you to find Lord Aymeric? He should be at the last vigil, I believe. Okay. I peeked over at the bitrate afterwards. It says I've dropped 0 frames, which I find baffling. It's all bitrate. The entire thing is just bitrate. Most of the time, I'm running a nice solid bitrate of like 2,000 or more, and it's really good. But very rarely, occasionally, it dips down and it goes to like 1,000. Or if it goes red, it goes to like 50 for a little bit, but like only a little bit. It's usually hovering at like a 2,000. Nope, there it goes. It just tanked. It just tanked. 500. 1,000. 2,000. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's great, and that's not. And that's great, and that's not. I have one idea. Brief BRB. Oh, 'tis you, my friend. Is it time already? Yep. I see. My apologies for making you come to fetch me. I've been thinking, Bond. Our path I have chosen to walk, on those who have been left behind as a consequence of my actions. Those who died fighting, those burdened with the boundless grief, to deprived of position and purpose. Like any nation, Ishgard is made up of disparate souls with disparate beliefs. Without an enemy to unite us, we recall the differences that once set aside out of necessity, and find amongst our old friends new ideological foes. The future I had envisioned is far more difficult to secure than I ever imagined. What must I do for our people to live in harmony? For our nation to move forward as one? Such questions I have been pondering. We should begin making our way to the council. Shall we continue our conversation while we walk? Sure. Ready? Let us be off. If it was agreeable, I would like to look at on Photon Manor. Yay! We're escorting! We're walking the boy! We haven't much time. I'm glad for the opportunity to stroll about the city with you. Every little second helps. Is there other conversation points with him? No. Game? It's thinking. It feels like another age that you and yours were not more than foreign wards of House Forton. In actual fact, it may be considered so.
Your coming set in motion a chain of events that brought an end to the Dragonsong War, ushering in a new age of harmony. You paved the way for meaningful change in our nation, and for that you shall ever have my gratitude. Now then, shall we continue on to the architects? Try to catch up? Oh, he can catch up real quick. He's good at this. King Thornton and his Knights 12, the murderer of Ratatoska. Since the truth of the ancient times came to our light, many have demanded these images be torn down. Yet though they our founding fathers did was wrong, neither is it right to simply expunge them for their deeds from history. To do so would be to deny our people's part in what followed in their 1,000 years. We have the chance to forge a new future, but we as a nation must decide how we will continue our past. Forgive me. I was lost in thought yet again. Let's join the Deacon Clem at the vault. Hey, Seelan! Welcome to the stream. Sorry it's bad. The stream is going real bad. The bitrate is awful. It's crushed. It's bad. I probably just need to update OBS or something. But every time I update OBS, like 10 things break. So I, like many streamers, try to skip things. I actually don't think it's OBS. I'm fairly certain it's my ISP. If any of that's getting through to you, amazing. Good job, you got the good Twitch. But no, my internet's so bad right now that, like, even Aymeric wasn't following me for a bit. There you are, my friends. The council is about to convene. Let's take our place in the audience hall. Okay, well, we got one side of the table. At least we get to sit next to Aymeric. Esteemed members of the clergy and honored adherents of faith, I thank you all for your attendance. In recent days, our nation has been racked by a series of tragedies. Those among us who do Halone's work have been transformed into abominations. This dreadful phenomenon has been brought about by the final days. It is upon our despair and anguish that it feeds. Thus, if we are to prevent further tragedy, we must strive to ensure that all Ishgardians, clergymen and citizens alike, abide with peace and love for one another in their heart. To what end, I have called for an ecumenial council, the first in generations, where we might together determine a path forward for our church and our society as a whole. Since antiquity, the Ishgardian Orthodox Church served its people in two respects: the Fury Spear to strike at the heart of dragonkind, and the Fury Shield to safeguard the souls of men. But now that we are at peace with Javanians, the Church need no longer serve as a spear, and so we must now reconsider how we might better serve as a shield for our brethren. The hierarchy must be reformed, and for that we need accountability. The Upper Echelon must have been stripped of rank at a minimum, and investigations conducted, trials held, and evidence is sufficiently damning. And then we may turn our attention to the doctrine of lies. As our predecessors did before us, we of the Synod have ever sought to interpret the scriptures to the best of our ability, and thence conveyed Halone's will to the people. Such fervent pursuit of retribution at the expense of doctrine would come also at the expense of our faith. Have we won the war to lose our souls? Oh, Halone, are we outside your grace? We need to have brought more benches. This bodes ill. At this rate, someone might turn. He needs to speak. Since the war's end, the Church of the Faithful have moved or stood at the crossroads, unable to take the next step forward. His Grace Bishop Martin may walk in Helene's halls. There was one such soul. In his longings in simpler times, he resorted to using forbidden magics. He did succumb to despair. Forever Helene. You're not wrong. In our minds, we renounce the lies upon which our nation was built. But in our hearts, we yearn for this righteousness, misguided though it was, that gave us comfort and purpose for so long. So let's not forget who we were. Let us confront the mistakes of the past and learn from them, and we do not repeat the mistakes of our forefathers. Thank you for the hydrate. Hop. I appreciate it a lot. I am doing a lot of reading. As we fervently believed in our sacred duty, we struggle to accept the Church's deception and embrace its changes. The legacy of Thornton weighs heavy, and there is a temptation to simply cast it aside like a mantle that suits us no longer. Yet that would dishonor the sacrifices of those who went before, countless souls who served the people in purest intent, and so heavy though it may be, let us together bear the burden and set forth anew. Our friend Bond risked life and limb to reveal the truth to us. A truth that our legends and our scripture were tainted by betrayal, but not wholly corrupted. Yeah, that sounds about right. Our greatest walls and tower spires of our city may have been built with murder and deception. They rest upon a foundation immutable and true, our devotion to Helene, who we have worshipped since before our forefathers settled these lands. A church is a font of practical wisdom, and its teachings guide us in our everyday lives. Such things that define our faith, no less than lies. We acknowledge our sins without renouncing our religion. Aye, and without rejecting who we are. A comprehensive review of scriptures, as well as historical literature, will be necessary. Revisions, as appropriate, must be made to ensure that the truth of our past is preserved for future generations. Metal Gear. Holy Book. With your peerless knowledge of church doctrine, I dare say is none better suited to leading that effort than you. I also expect that many eyes will be required to pore over all the tomes. I know many idle men and women of faith who would jump at the chance to do Helene's work once more. There, we're talking! People are talking! Things are moving! That day so very long ago, I had no answer to my father's words. But it seems the people had it within them all along. With this, a church and people have taken the first step towards a brighter future. "'Tis well," Lord Aymeric interjected when he did. I agree with that. It was falling apart. A council went better than I dared hope. Truly, while details remained to be decided, it was a resounding success. Your words helped everyone to find common ground. I know not how to thank you. Much credit goes to Bond. In the face of great hardship, never did he hesitate to press on, and our people have not forgotten this. Yeah, I'm glad to be there as a figurehead. Indeed. Well do I remember the day you flew into Ishgard upon a dragon's back. It making the impossible, you inspired us all. In you we glimpsed the fury, a vision of courage in the face of uncertainty. Looking to your example, we shall endeavor to bring about change in the Church, for the future of all Ishgardians. There will, of course, be those souls who struggle to rise above the mire of despair, but my fellows and I shall be there to take it in hand in faith and love.
For what is faith, if not salvation? Yeah, it could be a lot of things, but I sure hope it's salvation. Well, I had best return to the cathedral. We have much and more to do. Yeah, best of luck to you. Ah, but dare I forget. I have tracked down that which you requested. Some repairs will be necessary, but will be seen to with all haste. Oh? What are you hiding, Aymeric? Spill the beans. Spill the soup. I tasked the deacon with finding a certain item, you see. A secret weapon, one might say. Given what we know of the profane Fafnir, it's set to a great use to our hunt. Once the repairs are complete, we shall be ready to strike. With the church having reached an accord with the people, the risk of more clergymen turning is greatly diminished. We are now focused entirely on the blasphemy. It's time we freed Verndro from his torment. Rest what you can, Bond. Well, I dare say the coming battle will demand the best of us. Alright. We're all nodding in agreement. We fight the thing. Okay. Touch one more thing. Ever march heaven's word! Artoriel has the sights set on profane Fafnir. Glad tidings, Bond. Since the Ecumenical Council, not a single soul is turned. It worked! Save with that knowledge, we need only think of how to hunt down the blasphemy. Ah, Bond. You're here too. Excellent. I am pleased to say that the secret weapon is ready. We will now look to dealing with profane Fafnir. Can you tell me what the weapon is? As you will recall, when we last encountered it, it was lying in wait by the Soleil. An instinct driven by its inherent memories, I believe. It seeks to protect that which it most strongly associates with the Archbishop. In all likelihood, it was the self-same motivation that compelled it to come to the Holy See. From the skies above, it keeps watch over the Holy Vault. When next it descends, we shall exploit this instinct by using a secret weapon to lure it to the chancel. What exactly is a secret weapon? It is none other than Fury's Grace, the holy crozier of the Archbishop. Oh, his stick! Alright. Suspecting that Archbishop Vartois has retrieved it from Az's Law, I had Deacon Clem search his private quarters. My suspicions proved correct. The weapon is a really, really big stick. You're not wrong! It's true, it's a stick! With crozier in hand, I shall make an irresistible bait for the profane Fafnir. My lord, that is unconscionable risk. There's no telling how a blasphemer will react. Indeed, we can be confident it will command its undivided attention, thus ensuring that no more of our citizens are placed in harm's way. If the Heaven's Ward are the Archbishop's shields, they are Temple Knights are their peoples. As leader of the Order, the risk is mine to bear. That's right, you're not the only leader of Ishgard. You're allowed to fight. All the Knights of the Heaven's Ward fell in Az's Law. As a vessel of the memories, Vendro may be considered the last in a number. Let's go then, and relieve him of his... nay. There, duty. I get the ears! Thank you. The gift of prophecy! Let's see our preparations and proceed to the vault. We finish this once and for all. Yeah! I clap and my mouth goes nuts. I type and my mouth goes nuts. It's just the way it is. If I had a more comprehensive tuber model, that would probably not be a thing. But you know what? I like this old tech. It's fun. I play old games. I have old tech. It's fun. I just need new ISP. That's the only thing I need that's new. Going to the vault. We're going to the vault. fast as we can. We're going to the vault. It's just like that other time. We're going to the vault. This time, no one's going to die. Not Horshfront's brother. Not Aymeric. He's not going to get stabbed in the kidney for the 8th time. When the battle begins, Lord Aymeric and I will draw the Blasphemy's attack. Seize the opportunity to bring your magics to bear against it. Yeah, you didn't need a single wizard for any of this. I could have been literally anything. You just wanted to be a wizard for the sake of completeness. Whatever. If you are ready, then let us set forth. You need but say the word. Here we go! Combat! It's here! The beast has come. Or the beast has come. Now's our chance. Aymeric, do your thing. There it is! The stick! Make ready. To me, my knights. Yeah, he did do that. Blasphemy, profane Fafnir. We do this, but I still like seeing the title card.
For the glory of King Thordan. No, you are not he. A trick. It is a trick.
He just throws the stick aside and pulls out a sword. Okay.
Forgive me, Savandro. For the sake of all Ishgardians, we must strike you down.
Thanks for the ice cream. We now harken back to the days when Final Fantasy was an 8-bit. Yes, you're not wrong. Defeat Profane Fafnir. All my stuff is ready. Here we go. I don't know. Okay, I don't. Do I have Rainbow Drip? I don't have Rainbow Drip. I guess I start with, I start with this then.
It ends here.
Archbishop no longer rules Ishgard. We will have to strike you down for safety.
Oh no, I did things really out of turn. There we go.
My divine flames, I shall consume you.
Okay.
And Fury, Mr. Shabbat's magic. Have care.
Oh, darn it. Can one of you clements me? Thank you. Prowess! Your clemency is called prowess. Oh, fun.
In the name of Ishgard, we shall free you from your duty.
Hide my storm. Spread out? Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Your reckoning is come.
I got this one.
Quickly, each take one.
Do not underestimate me.
I need to use some holies, actually. That's a comet. Okay, he's flying. He's flying. Stay on your guard. No, okay, no, not there. Ah! I need to use some holies. Wait, sure. Do you have your personal shield at this level? Yes!
Halt! This way!
We must stand our ground!
Okay. Hey, dang it.
You underestimate me!
Okay, I'm in my paint. I'm in my paint. I'm in my paint.
Other to be faithful souls.
Okay, alright.
Render unto me your strength. These fiends empower the blasphemy. Must strike them down at once.
Okay. Let's drop some comments and stuff on it. We need more holies. I know I'm using weak attacks right now. Holy Grace, he has an area heal? Wow, Ishgardian Knights are great. Why can't I have that as a paladin? I gotta change something on my bar. This isn't working right.
The time has come to go by the true power of the Knights 12.
He did it! He did Passage of Arms!
The spirit ill.
I will
Quickly,
not
be covered behind my shield. So, a combination 2 double tank to front. Artorial did a limit break. We cannot fall.
Such power.
Roar. I need to get this back up.
For the glory of King Thornton.
I played Pictomancer so bad. I really need to fix my bar. Okay, alright, here we go. Oh no! Ah, he flew away when I did my stuff. Ah! Ah! That feels real bad. Ah, well. I'll just use what I got. More of this nonsense. Good thing I'm raged. Alright, I think it's time to paint again. Okay. And we spend the paint that we just painted. I need to paint this again. Fire those. Okay.
This knight does not yield!
As evidence. Your turn is evidence to me.
He's just gonna keep spamming lightning storm. I think I just need to kill him before he kills us now. Thank you. Just drop balls on him. That didn't work. I don't have Rainbow Drip at this level, so I can't use Swiftcast Rainbow Drip. But we win. I played poorly, but we still win.
Finally, it is over.
And so you let him have his stick at the end.
Thus ends the tale of the Heaven's Ward. Let it not be forgotten. 'Twas wrong of them to conceal the truth of our nation's founding, to abet the Archbishop and his machinations. Yet in peering into their hearts, one thing became clear. They too had succumbed to the primal manipulation. They too were victims. Flawed men, aye, but not without sin. But guardians brave and true, as we all aspire to be. Having triumphed in the battle of ideals, I have a responsibility to our people. Their hopes and dreams, their sorrow and suffering, and mine to bear, and bear them I shall. Had you not vanquished King Thornton, or had I erred in one of my choices, I may well have been the first to succumb to despair, to be reborn to blasphemy.
You wouldn't have turned. Not you. A ridiculous notion. I'm more likely to become a beast than you. I'm gonna say the latter.
Thus ends the tale of the Heaven's Ward. Now need only to prepare for the storm of blood of the horizon, and then the ever cold that shall ever take us. Thank you, my friend, for having such confidence in me. My apologies. It was not mine intent to wax sentimental. Our work here is done. Let's return to the congregation.
Because we have to give a send-off before we send off back home. Or to wherever it is I need to go. Yeah, I need to fix one thing on my bar right now. Okay, this is an AoE button. This is a different AoE button. Okay, so... Hold on. There. Now the AoE buttons and the single target buttons are on the same bar. So I don't need to switch bars in the middle of a fight. Unless they get ads. Okay. That was my flaw. That was my biggest flaw. That was my big, like, wait, what am I doing? And the end, we shall walk it. The road that we walk is a road that we walk, and we walk on this road till there's no road to walk. And here on this road we will just keep on walking. We walk. We walk. I hurried here as soon as I learned of your victory. There are some few words I would say, but I can wait until Lord Otoyel and the Deacon Clem have spoken theirs. Vaughn, permit me to offer my gratitude in helping us overcome not only this blasphemy, but despair which is on it. But this is only the beginning. On the face of it, we may have made a tremendous strides in breaking down ancient barriers within our society, but Hi, Zer. Welcome to the stream again. Not jog, we walk. On the face of it, we may have made tremendous strides in breaking down ancient barriers within our society, but there yet remain great rifts to be bridged. It's no easy thing to rise above a lifetime of preconceptions and prejudice. I myself have struggled to do so, as you must know. But I shan't give up. On the honor of my house, I will do everything in my power to build a new Ishgard, one in which all people can see eye to eye, regardless of birth and station. Now then, I believe your deacon has some words for you too. Pray lend him an ear. But you first. Much as I appreciate our conversations, I think the deacon is deserving of your attention as well. My Lord Bond, I must say how glad I am to be safe and to see you safe and well. Just before you arrived, Lord Aymeric explained to me the true nature of the man who became a blasphemy. The poor, confused creature was born to the Church's mistakes, and on behalf of the clergy I give my heartfelt thanks for laying it to rest. As we work to reform our institutions and rebuild a relationship with the people, we remember and pray for all those who have fallen in service to the faith. And we shall pray for you as well. Wheresoever the path may lead, may the Fury ever watch over and keep you. Ah. I shall leave it to you then, Lord Aymeric, to wish to speak with you, and it would not do to keep him waiting. Let's not keep Lord Aymeric waiting, but we already have. Lord Aymeric has kept silent all this time. He also has thoughts to share. Okay. Bont, Lord Otoyel, I thank you for the vital roles you played in ridding us of the profane Fafnir. Yeah, tain't nothing. As ever, the sight of you in combat was nothing short of inspiring. Yeah, we hit it hard. Even though I messed up my rotation a lot, you guys didn't seem to mind. With no further reported instances of people turning to blasphemies itself, no more. I should like to believe that we are freed of the scourge of despair. My brother and I shall labor to see that it ever remains so, by trying to dispel the darkness in men's hearts. And I shall fight with you, not only as the Speaker of the House of Lords and the House of Commander of the Temple Knights, but as a man of faith, in our God and our people. Together, let us strive to fill our nation with hope. Yeah! That's something they can pray for. Hope! But, by now you will be sick unto death of being thanked, but I must nonetheless express an additional word of gratitude. Full oft have you saved our nation, our people. I speak not of our lives, but our hearts and minds as well. You have given us a great gift of the opportunity and choice. If we are to pay you for it, as the nation must take full advantage of our freedom to dictate a new course forward to a brighter future. What forward means, we may not always agree upon. And as fellow Ishgardians, we shall find a way to rise above our differences and stand united. That is our nation we'll strive to rebuild. This I swear to you. Yeah! Good luck building it. I helped build it a little. Fine. Given all that you've done for us, I am loath to impose further, but may I trouble you to bear word of our success to the officer in Hien. You will of course be sending a report, but there is no substitute for first-hand account. Our allies would benefit from the additional details you can provide as well. Our thanks again, my friend. The Bay of Fury speed your way. Yeah, I can do that. I was going back there anyway. Yeah, good luck with the apocalypse. The what? Okay. Hello. Always good to see people here. Ah! You got me. You got me. Good pose. Yep, you're on camera. 2 sets of cameras. I have to go back to Hien, though. Good to see you, though. I hope I'm teleporting to the right place. Yeah, I am. Thank goodness. Gotta cover the chat. Always gotta cover the chat. Hi, Metal Sheep. Welcome to the stream. It's been a time. The stream has been real rough this entire time. The ISP has not decided whether it wants to work or not. Alright, so last we have ranged. And we'll do that next time. But I need to be melee and turn the quest in. Right. No, I need to be caster. Pictomancer. Here we go. Ah, my little bond. By your return, did I hope that the hunt for the Bassamil was a success? Yeah, we hit it really hard. That you would vanquish the beast still comes as no surprise, but this occasion would serve the impetus for the church to embark upon its path of reform. It's incredible. I will share these joyous tidings with our allies without delay. If I may speak candidly, I must confess to being a great admirer of yours. Whenever a moment, I should like to hear about some of your adventures, if you would do me the honor. For the present, however, in my official capacity as Ishgardian delegate, I offer you my humblest thanks for your immeasurable service to our nation. Yeah! Nothing but thanks, all the way up. Heaven's word. More than fear. Ah, my little bont. Whenever moment, I am ever eager to hear those adventures. Yeah, but we can never actually tell them about them. Onwards! Only one left. Only one left. I have an hour and a half. I don't know if I have time, but we're going to try. It's doing something goofy to the music, but I feel like it's been doing better as the stream went on. No, I think it's just my ISP. Okay. Goofy music is Twitch's end. Low bitrate is my ISP. There says, the internet struggles to have been funny because the BGM keeps sounding out of tune. The internet struggles. Yes, it does. I'm going to say again, because some of you guys are late now. Cat. If you watch any Final Fantasy streamer for an hour while the fan fest is going on Twitch and YouTube, you can get a cat next to your name. Once you have watched for an hour, your streaming service will let you know that you get that, and then just activate it by clicking on the thing to the left to give yourself your chat identity. If you've been watching for an hour, you might be able to enable cat now. Hi, Horace. But here we go. Doma Delegate. Seeds of Disquiet. It looks like we're doing stuff with Hien. That's great. The Doma Delegate is seeking able-bodied adventurers on behalf of Lord Hien. Do my eyes deceive me? Master Bont. Oh, thank the Kami. Lord Hien has requested assistance in the resolution of a most urgent matter. The hunt for a fell beast believed to be a bastard. Though we have made great strides in ensuring the safety of our people, we fear even the finest shinobi will be no match for this enemy, for it commands the skies of Doma. Without your talent for striking down foes at a distance beyond compare, I can think of no one better than you to aid us in overcoming this adversary. It would be my pleasure. Well, if no other marksman is up to the task, or... Twould be my I'll say the snarky one. Oh, Kami be praised. I shall inform Lady Yugiri that she might receive you at the Doma Enclave. Safe travels, Master Bot. Lady Yugiri, I'll narrate your arrival at the Doma Enclave. Safe travels, and may the Kami speed your way. Okay, Doma! Wait, hold on. Hold on. It's actually here. Word! Oh, I teleported, but I didn't teleport. Oh, I love the internet. Oh, I love the internet. The internet perished the second I teleported. It was gone. Yay, we're back. Okay, it's green. We're good. Alright. I'll just add a little, I'll have to edit from here. Alright, we're in Doma. We're ready to continue. Alright. Biscuit's excited because I was walking around the house. He doesn't know why. Here we go. It is good to see you, Bot. We received word that you are... You of all people had answered our call. I will scarcely believe it. Yet here you are. Yeah, anything for you, Yugiri. What do you need? Lord Hien would be pleased for his reunion. If you would wait here a moment. Ah, well. Now the Kami should guide you a step soon or do once more. And with such fortuitous timing. Yeah, good to see you too, Hien. Pray forgive me for not affording you a hero's welcome, but time is not on our side. Not long after receiving word of men transforming into hideous beasts in Tabner, a similar creature was born of a woman in Isari. After attacking another village, it took its disguise and fled. although we were not too. An all too cruel twist of fate, where one slain was among the prisoners returned to us in a deplorable exchange with the Sahi in the Empire, as we at last began to mend their life back together. This blasphemy must be stopped. Alas, our foe is one to keep in the skies, well beyond the reach of our samurai and shinobi. Can't the shinobi shoot lightning? Thus did we seek the aid of those proficient in ranged combat, able to pluck the beast from the heavens. Of course, martial prowess alone will not solve our problems. Others have turned to the weaker but no less gruesome abominations, as was the case with Tabner, and their number increased by the day. From what I understand, this phenomena is unlike a sickness, which spreads by feeding on fear and anxiety, emotions which, of late, can be found in abundance. Slaying the beast means nothing if the people's hearts cannot be put at ease. Lord Hien! Oh, it's you again! Are you the same guy? You have to help! The villagers, they... Sir, please calm yourself and tell us what happened. Another has been turned into my lord. For a blessing, no one was harmed by the beast who flew into a rage, but the people are panic. I fear what may happen next. It would seem we have less time than I thought. Why not? We will see to the beast. As of yet, there is no cure for this affliction. We will save what lives we can, I promise you. I trust you are ready to join the fray. Always! Let's hit it hard, with bullets. Let us last seen the glimmering basin. Come, I will show you. I'm not sure if you guys heard that, but Biscuit is playing with his food. He tipped his bowl, he threw it around the room. He's now in the room eating the food. Away from the bowl. He's having a good time. I love my boy. Without a cure, we've no choice but to cut them down before they can cause more harm. Still no signs of the beast, or any other for that matter.
The beast was right here, I swear it.
I thank you for leading us here, but it is not safe. Please return to your village. Such a respectful bow. We should split up if we have any chance of finding it. Bond, would you see to the west? I will search north. Yugiri, I to leave the east to you. If you find it, remember, these blasphemies are no longer people. They will no longer hesitate to strike you down, so you mustn't either. Now, let us not waste any more time. Alright, west. This looks like more north than west, but here we are. Wow, wow. Frightened youth. There are more pressing matters ahead. Okay, well. Chainsaw. Drill cannon. Air anchor. I sure do love all these bullets. Oh, I love using machines. Are you alright? We heard shouting and came as fast as we could. It would appear Bond arrived not a moment too soon. Oh, why? Why did you kill my brother? Your brother? Young man, that creature was not your kin. Not anymore. He had not laid it to rest. He would have killed you and countless others. But if your heart cries out for one to blame, it is me. The beast was slain at my behest, for it was my only way. No! No, you're wrong! You killed him! Murdered him! I hate you!
Honestly, like, legitimate response. Maybe we shouldn't let the kid run off into the wilds. Oh good, the stream restarted again. Thanks, StreamerBot.
Issei, what are you doing here? Searching for Tombo, though clearly you found him first. Amatsu was older brother, as you may have guessed. And Tombo gave chase the moment he ran off.
Okay, so this is the guy I remember, not the other guy.
I beg you forgive him for his outburst. His brother was all he had left. Their father was conscripted by the Empire. He was regrettably not among those returned to us in an exchange of prisoners. The hope that they might one day be reunited was her only comfort when when the Viceroy still ruled. I can only imagine how they felt when she walked upon Isari, a shadow of her former self. Suyu may have had no memories of the monster she was, but her victims still see her in their dreams. Nevertheless, like many, their brothers prayed your mercy would see their family restored. But then they learned of their death, and their father's absence. Deprived of hope and hate all at once, they had nothing. My apologies for rambling.
No, it was rather a lightning tale. I spared the woman who brought us pain, and took away the brother who brought him comfort. I would hate me too. I swear I will set things right for Tonbo, for all the people of Doma. Please return home, Issei, and be safe. Let us return to the Doman Enclave. The ordeal has given me much to consider. Alright, back we go. I haven't made my weekly donations yet. You know, we're going to the Doman Enclave anyway. Let's do that. While I'm here and thinking about it, let's see. Do I have 40 of these? Yep. Yep, just, there we go. Amazing. Gil's Gil. 40k is nothing to sneeze at.
I do not envy Lord Hien the burden he thrust upon him, but he shall not have to bear it alone.
I owe you a great debt for your timely assistance. And an apology, for I've made you an executioner in young Tombo's eyes. Would that I had been the one he witnessed cut down the beast his brother had become. But we hadn't time to dwell on regrets, and what has been. No, we need to take action. After hearing Tombo and his brother, I believe I know what must be done. A great many of our brothers and sisters were returned to us in prisoner exchange. Even so, there are those who yet remain lost to us. Meanwhile, Yatsuyu, who was directly responsible for much of our people's suffering, was never held to account for her crimes. In death, she claimed vengeance for her suffering at the hands of her brother, but it came at the expense of justice for her countless victims. The people of Doma have every right to resent me for failing them in their grief. What of those who cannot bring themselves to do even that, who are left alone with their anger and their pain?
They may well give in to despair, and then...
They would share the same fate as Tombo's brother, yes. Which is why we must needs consider who else might share in his anguish, ere we find ourselves beset by more peace. We'll begin making rounds in the villages to inquire to those who their neighbors believe are most distressed of late.
Very good. And I and other shinobi shall continue our search for the blasphemy which sets the events in motion.
And you, my friend, will have need of your talents again ere long. Rest assured that I will keep them apprised of our findings. Sure! There's a pane on my thing that I think I could use to find something out right now. Nope, nobody's here. The stream is dead. Oh well, at least there's a VOD. When they call me, answer. Whoops, now I'm dropping anything on you as well. What, did this thing lie? Is this thing just not good? Oh, hi. It's Spood. That's not Lily, that's Spood. You're dropping anything as well? Well, that's different. Hi, Spood. Welcome back to the stream. When they call me, answer. Liliana's extended absence enclave does not sit well with Yugiri. Ah, Bunt. We have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the blasphemy from Isari, but for our blessing, we have received no reports of others who have returned. Lord Hien, for his part, has made a concerted effort to go about the villages and converse with the subjects directly. I suspect this constant presence has served to allay the people's fears. As one might expect, he has ever been dedicated and diligent, but I fear he has been away over long. I thought to go and visit what should have been his last destination, Isari. Might I ask you to accompany me? But of course, lady. Thank you. I am sure there is no cause for concern, but nevertheless, I shall be glad to find him quickly. I'm still here, just fishing. Fair enough. Thank you, Syndicate Master. Alright, so my bot has a thing. The program that I use that enables all the like stream like actions and stuff, like the stick and the costume changes and everything. It has a thing on it, a pane, that lets me see who the active viewers in chat are. But I guess that's the dominant word. It's active viewers. So when I go to see, like, okay, the stream died, who's still here? Of course it's only going to show me in StreamerBot. Or the Stream Elements thing. Of course it's only going to show that. So, okay, that's a flawed tool, and I can't use it. Fair enough. Thank you for confirming that for me. That's information I did not have. Where am I going? Oh. There's no close teleport. So now I know not to use that tool, and not even worry about it. Thank you. With the stream being the way it is, honestly, I don't mind you guys just like sitting here for however long you do, and then the stream just dies. It's like, well, okay, this isn't fun to watch. I'm leaving. Which, fair enough. No blame or shame, if that is how you feel. I simply need to do better. Thank goodness we found him. But why has he remained here so long, I wonder? Bont, Yugiri. My apologies if I gave you cause for concern. Assessing the state of affairs here in Isari has proven difficult. To put it simply, the people, one and all, refuse to speak with me. They simply bow their heads and turn away at my approach. Knowing the blasphemy originated here, I cannot help but wonder if that has aught to do with their silence. Perhaps you could attempt to engage with the people in my stead. Surely they have no cause to deny the word of you two. I should hope not. Nevertheless, I will don a disguise, lest I draw undue attention. Come, Bond, let us see what we can discover. Thank you, both of you. So we might get to see Yugiri in a disguise. Spirit says, but you see, if we stay when the stream goes down and then back up, it boosts our stream watch streak. I see. Amazing. I don't know if that's how that works, because I think it was confirmed that as long as you watch the stream once a day, as long as it's live, that's how it counts. But, like, see, okay, now we're having a good exchange of knowledge. This is good. This is good. The people here not wish the sources to be laid low, and for peace to reign once more. Then why have they elected to behave in this manner? Okay. Yeah, there was a couple of people, but I'm seeing if I can find, Yugiri before I talk to any of them. No, I am here unable to find Stealth Yugiri. She's so good at hiding. I don't actually know if it works that way. I just choose to believe it. Given my experience, yeah, silly me decided to try and do some fishing turn-ins for a custom delivery. Oh! How'd that go?
You're still fishing because it's a custom delivery fish and they don't actually appear? Sometimes custom delivery fish for some of my alts who only have fishing. I'm glad Bot has Miner now. Sometimes those custom deliveries can take like 2 hours to get 3 fish. Feels real bad. Aye, that's right. The blasphemy was born of a young woman here in Isari. Tragic, really. Every day she prayed for a safe return of her husband, but was not to be. If I'm to be honest, I feared a lost rope for the poor mother-in-law mad. Kisei has never been a devout believer of the Kami and their teachings. We somehow convinced ourselves that Minato has become one. The illusions of a grieving parent, obviously. An alarming number of people have come to share in her belief. Heresy is what it is. The people's misplaced faith in this false Izanami worries me. Something must be done about this, and soon. If you can count coral as a fish. Of course you do, because it comes from fishing. If I could go into the water and mine coral, which I have done before, but it won't let me do on certain occasions, then I would. Then I can say that I've mined for fish. I finally finished after looking up how to catch a fish. Oh, okay. That's good. I'm glad the luck was on your side for getting the fish what you do. A blasphemy. You are mistaken, my friend. Our village was visited up by a monster by a Kami. Izanami. When Lord Hien is cold and callous, she offered us malice, compassion, and love. Praise be to Izanami, goddess of creation and bringer of death. So, a goddess of destruction and creation? That has very, I brought you into this world, now I can take you out of it kind of energy. I owe a great debt to Lord Hien. If not for him, I would still be fighting under an imperial standard. The village suffered dearly under the occupation. What's more, our Lord failed to punish the Viceroy for her crimes, and failed to reunite many with their loved ones. I understand why some would think poorly of him, even if I do not. Many villagers were heartbroken when they learned their loved ones were not included in the prisoner exchange. Even so, I wish they would not lay all blame for the feat of Lord Hien. Oh, there's your gear in disguise. Yeah, you dress like the people that you're looking for. Yeah, yeah. The situation here in Isari is complicated, to say the least. So they think it's a copy. I see. No wonder that they would refuse to confide in me. The belief held by some of this blasphemy as a comedy, however, is quite concerning. Izanami presides over life and death. She gave birth to the nation of Doma, and ushers souls that departed into the land of the dead. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. I trust you understand what it means to deny them a source of hope in such dark times, even in one such as this. The village also claims that Kisei can speak with the dead. In fact, she will be holding a gathering to demonstrate her powers ere long. Oh, I did not hear that. A perfect opportunity to gauge the extent of their fanaticism. Not for me, of course. My presence would draw undue attention. But I ask you both to attend in my stead. Of course. Our followers will be gathering at the tavern. Come. Of course.
O spirits of Isari, I beseech you, lend me your voice and let your presence be known. Cross the veil and be among us once more. Haketsu.
Father?
Still tending the nets like I taught you.
Yes, Father. Every day. Thanks to you, we never want for fish. Our bellies are never empty. I am proud to be your son. I was always too embarrassed to tell you before, but...
And I am proud to have been your father.
May you ever be blessed by the sea's bounty. That hurts!
Father, what's wrong?
He is in terrible pain, my child. Those who have cheated death's design yet live. It has disrupted the natural order, and the spirits suffer for it.
What must we do to ease their pain?
Fear not, Izanami shall put all to right. She will claim the souls not long for this world and deliver them unto the hereafter. When her work is finished, your father's spirit and all the others will find peace.
Can you find my father? Can you help me speak with him? Kisei, can you communicate with my husband?
What about my family? Help me, Kisei, please.
Oh yeah, she's popular. Yeah, we've seen enough. Oh, you've already changed outfit. She seemed convincing enough, but was that truly Kitsu's father that spoke through her? No, I don't think so.
So, is Kisei's ability all that she claims?
Well, I feel like it's a very well choreographed act.
A young man spoke with his dearly departed father through her. I find that rather hard to believe.
Even so, those in attendance appeared quite convinced, my lord.
And I suspect a great many of the villagers I've spoken to recently are as well. Everywhere I went, the people were in so much pain. There was nothing I could do to say or give them solace. Yet for all their anguish, there has been not but a single report of villagers turning since the incident with Tonbo's brother. Which can only mean word of Kisei and her ability to speak with the deceased has spread. A belief we could commune our loved ones, the death is a comfort far beyond my power to provide. Though I fail to see how the people would deny the Kabi claiming innocent lives to restore order.
She comes! Izanami!
It must be. Here!
Alright, well, let me take aim. This is why you brought me here, right? To have a ranged attack to hit a flying foe, right? So I need a good vantage point. Where's a cliff? Yeah, there's a cliff up over here. Let's just take a left. Oh, Hien! A copy. She appeared from nowhere, and the next instant, this poor man was.
Yeah, he's dead. So, we were too late.
Yeah, we talked with him, and he was one of your supporters. That's a shame. Wasn't he one villager who returned to a prisoner exchange?
You recognize him then?
Curious that he had the blasphemy's first victim with former conscripts. What would the fiend be after, I wonder? It has not become of my lord to speak ill of the Kami. Of course it's her. Of course it's her. I understand you are come to investigate the rumors of a monster born in our village. A blasphemy, you called it. But you are sorely mistaken. My daughter-in-law, Minato, was chosen to serve as a vessel for Izanami. I witnessed her ascension with my own eyes. Can I see through? Yes!
Minato, please! I can't. I won't. There's no logic in it. No justice. The Witch of Doma spared, given a second chance, and my husband condemned to die as a conscript. I'll never know what became of him. Lord Hien can't give me even that. And when I look at the faces of families made whole, at their happiness, I feel the hole in my heart, the gaping wound that will never heal, begin to bleed. Huh? Only at my beloved's side will I find peace. You mustn't lose faith, Minato. All will be well. Trust the Kami. It is an army. I want to believe, but... Oh, you're one of those kinds, the ones that hit really hard. She can fly now. Well, we knew that, but... Izanami has come to bring peace to the souls of the departed, to restore balance between their world and ours. Surely you would not dare defy the will of the Kami?
This balance you speak of has claimed the lives of 2 innocents, but recently returned to us. I will not accept that the Kami would condone such cruelty.
No crueler than the sight of Yotsuyu free and forgiven while my husband and son fought Garlemald's wars, now dead and forgotten in a foreign land. With all due respect, Lord Hien, it is not your duty to protect Doma and their people. How are we to place our faith in the man who places an enemy's safety and well-being above that of his own subjects?
Oh, like a knife for the kidney.
Only the Kami are deserving of our adoration, and they have always been.
And no one else has anything to add? Okay. Sure.
Are you alright? For a moment you seemed unwell.
Yeah, sorry, I had a vision. The villagers are no doubt loath to ask of it of me, but preparations must be made for burials and funeral rites. I offer that much at least. You seemed distracted during our conversation with Kisei. Is something the matter? Yeah, I saw the transformation of the blasphemy in my mind's eye. The echo. Our blasphemy was indeed born of Minato. To bear witness to such horror, how her mind must have struggled to comprehend what she saw. As a woman of faith, perhaps her only surviving family becoming one and divine was the only reality with which she could come to terms. I believe I know what must be done. I but pray for her fervor does not drive her to oppose us. Come, let us return to the Enclave. I feel like this cast is missing someone. I feel like we need someone else. Can we bring in, like... Can we bring in the people from the Azim Steppe here? Can we have, like, more voices on the other than matters? No, actually, we primarily had 2 people in Ishgard. So I guess it makes sense that we only have 2 people here, too.
What do you suspect Lord Hien intends to do?
And what you told me of your vision, the nature of Minato's despair, as well as the focus of her ire, is clear. It is plain she was a good-natured and kind-hearted woman, grieving for her loss with her husband. Her loss alone may not have been enough to turn her, but my failure to hold Yotsuyu to account, together with the sight of her other families reunited, compounded the turmoil and broke in her heart. A path to despair paved by my good intentions, a truth that will weigh heavy on my conscience until my dying day. Minato was prepared to die in sadness rather than live in hatred. If she could see the beast she has become, she would implore us to stop her. which is why we must find the others who are to return to us in a prisoner exchange before they come to harm. Once their safety is assured, we may hunt down the blasphemy and bring it close to the strategy. I'm glad we keep going back to you, Gary, for this. Ooh! Good stick, Lily. Welcome back. Hope no longer. There's work to be done, yet Yugiri appears reluctant to take action.
Ah, Bont. If you are come to ask after the blasphemy, I have not to share. As of yet, our shinobi have been seen no signs of the beast. The attorneys, however, are all accounted for, and Lee and Hien have them seen to safety to Kienkan. As such, he is presently assisting with the hunt.
Holtz's looked in the oven. He found a carrot, beef, and strawberry. Roast.
Ooh, healthy. Carrot beef and strawberry roast. The most normal food we've had in a long time. A long time. Honestly, that reminds me of when I had dinner yesterday. It turned out pretty good.
For a blessing, there have been no reports other than villagers turning. And yet, Rosaura's situation takes a turn for the worse. There is a matter I feel warrants further investigation. Kisei. No villager of Isari, I suspect she may in fact hail from my home, Suino Sato. Knowing that they are loath to answer my inquiries, I entreat the Kojin to contact Suino Sato in my stead. To hear tell of it, Princess Kuranai has made great strides in establishing stronger ties with the outside world.
Yeah, that's thanks to me!
At mention of Kisei, however, the cordial warmth turned strangely cold. If we're to learn more, I feel we have little choice but to go and speak with the people of Suino Sato ourselves. A simple visit for you, I imagine, but my banishment complicates matters.
Oh, right, because you left the outside world at a time where that wasn't allowed, and yeah, okay.
That said, it has been many years since I left home. Were to disguise myself, I might well go unnoticed in your company. If you are willing to take the risk?
Yeah, sure. Let's go on a trip.
Thank you. Let us make more Onokoro then.
Alright, we're going to okay. Oh, the bitrate's suffering. Oh. It's not as bad as it was, though. What? Final Fantasy is a great game where sometimes you just see people doing a cool dance out in the middle of nowhere. I thought you said you were wearing a disguise. Oh, that's your old ninja uniform.
The garments I wore when we first met. Sufficient, I think, to conceal my identity.
Yeah, a little bit.
How many years has it been since last I saw my home? I am a shinobi of Doma, aye. But even as a child, I sought to ensure the safety and survival of Suino Sato. I was quite bold in those days, if not a touch reckless, and together with the other children, I often ventured beyond the borders of home. We yearned for adventure, and so one day we sought to behold the wonders of Doma. Imagine our horror to discover a city of ruin and ash, imperial soldiers marching towards the streets. We fled at the sight, but in my haste, I lost my way in the bamboo groves. It was there that I first met a young boy named Shun, a sweaty mass as he swung his wooden sword with reckless abandon, training to fill his duty as a samurai, he says. Having seen the destruction of which the Empire was capable, I too felt the need to protect my home. I joined him in his exercises, and every day my resolve to protect those I love grew. Sadly, my elders refused to listen. They were content to remain hidden beneath the waves, and hopefully the Empire's notice. With a heavy heart, I left in search of the strength I believed was sorely needed, and I found it as a shinobi. but the people feared war and conflict would follow on my heels should I return. I do not begrudge them their decision, nor do I regret my own. Part of me is overjoyed at the thought of seeing home again. Openly defying the wishes of the Ruby Princess, however, would bode ill for my family. They have suffered enough for my transgressions. That is why, for their sake, I would remain not but a faceless shinobi at your employ.
Alright. Thank you for your lore and backstory, though, Yugiri.
Thank you. With that in mind, let us make for Suino Sato.
Oh. Oh, you just poured me under. Thank you. Well, that was really kind of you, Gabe.
All these years, yet not appears to have changed since the day I left. But now is not the time to reminisce. We have work to do. Kisei's departure from Suino Sato was likely decades ago. Perhaps the village elders will know why she chose to leave.
We're not walking the girl! Ah! Okay.
So many fond memories. Pay no mind to my idle musings. Lead on.
Do we have extra places to have dialogue here? No. You say? Oh, that name sounds familiar, yet. Apologies, my friend. My memory is not what it once was. Oh, me too.
Let us seek out another.
I pray you find what you seek. I feel like that's what it would be like to talk to me if I were an NPC in a video game.
My, it has been quite some time since I heard that name. She was a priestess of the village, banished after drawing the ire of the former Ruby Princess. What has become of her after all these years, I wonder? Please, is there anything else you can tell us? Yonagi was quite close with her, if memory serves. Perhaps you should seek her out. Mother, I had hoped to avoid my parents, but if there's no other way. Bond, might I ask you to take the lead?
Of course.
Yonagi and Kisei were good friends, once upon a time. If anyone can tell you more of Kisei, it would be her.
It was always fun seeing the shadows of fish flying overhead. I will never not remark on that. Oh! You live here? In this house? It's a good house! I say, are you not the adventurer who aided Yukiri and Doma's liberation? You know about that?
'Tis good to see you again. To what do we owe the honor of your visit?
Oh yeah, I helped you guys once. With a quest. So we're looking for information on her. Can you tell us more?
Kisei. Yes, we were close. But it was a long time ago. Still, if it can be of assistance to a man with whom we owe so much, I will share all I know. Kisei was born to a family of priests, and even at an early age she was possessed with an extraordinary ability. Much was expected of her. Everything changed the day she said she could speak with the dead. No one believed her at first, but she continued to insist that she could, and strove to prove it by demonstrating knowledge well beyond her years. Knowledge of events to which she could not have been privy. Word of her talents eventually reached the Ruby Princess, who was summoned to Shisui of the Vile Tides for a private audience. No one knows what Kisei said to the palace, only that the princess was incandescent with rage and ordered her exile forthwith. Some believe Kisei revealed a terrible secret to the royal house, or perhaps spoke a blatant falsehood that proved her a liar. Indeed, the knowledge that she claimed divined was dead was not always truthful. But who is to say the dead would know the truth, or not seek to deceive? Thus could we never be certain if it was truly a fantasy or power divine. The one thing that is certain is that no small number of people found comfort in her words. Would that I could tell you more, but sadly, I have not seen or spoken with Kisei since her banishment.
That makes sense. You guys aren't allowed to leave, really, right?
Forgive me, but have we met your companion before? She looks familiar.
A mother knows! We're not gonna rat her out! We're not gonna rat her. I believe this is the first time our humble shinobi has visited Sweet Osato.
Ah, is that so? For the briefest of moments, you reminded me of someone quite dear to my heart. Being a shinobi, I presume you have heard tales of Yugiri Mistweaver. Should you chance to meet her, may I ask you to deliver her a message? Tell her that her mother and father love her, that we could not be more proud of her. I will. I have no doubt she feels the same, and not a day goes by without you in her thoughts.
I'm glad they're all playing along.
I believe we have heard enough. Shall we return to Onokoro?
I guess. Why can't they just come out and say things to each other? Ah, it's infuriating. And then teleport me above the water so I can't just talk back to them.
My apologies for placing you in so peculiar a situation. Though I must confess, it did my heart good to see mother and father well. All the more reason I must do all I can to keep the peace. As a shinobi of Doma. No, as a member of the Eastern Alliance. Mayhap there will come a day when Suino Sato opens the world. A day when the Yugiri Mistwalker can be reunited with her mother and father. Would that Lord Hien could be afforded the same opportunity. But Lord Hien and Lady Mina have long since passed. Two of too many lives lost in imperial occupation.
Yeah. Maybe you guys need like a memorial service or something.
I cannot imagine he would ever succumb to despair. But make no mistake, Lord Hien knows the pain of his people all too well. I can see it in his eyes. If I may be honest, it troubles me at times.
Oh right, we already did a memorial service where we did the whole restoration thing. Right. I'm out of ideas.
But perhaps I have said too much. Come, we mustn't keep him waiting.
Alright. Back we go. Which way? This way.
For a blessing, Onokoro appears to be untouched by recent chaos. For now, at least.
Yeah, people down there are kind of chill.
Welcome back. I trust your journey proved to be an enlightening one.
Not really.
So, she does, in fact, hail from Suino Sato. As you say, she has possessed these divine gifts since her childhood. Genuine or no, these people leave her, and more flock to her side with every passing day. But the returnees are safe in Kienkan. This offense is bolsters. After a blasphemy, I have spoken with our Confederate allies, among others, and together we'll establish a network of contacts across the length and breadth of Doma to take up the search in earnest. Mark my words, we will find it.
Yeah, we will. Eventually. The devoted daughter. Yugiri appears armed and ready to leave the Enclave, which can only mean one thing. Have you found the blasphemy?
You've arrived not a moment too soon. A blasphemy has been sighted on the coast. For mercy, there are no reported casualties of yet. That's the man I was hoping to see. No sooner had we cast wide our net, a Confederate messenger was at our door. If you will join us, Rashol awaits his arrival at Nonokoro. Alright, back there we go again. But that was nice and straight to the point. Must be something about Eastern etiquette that makes things get to business immediately.
Yeah, I hear about the blasphemy, yes? Ward here and New Geary should be arriving soon enough.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to prepare for the thumbnail later and wanted to make sure I pasted the thing.
Oh now! And the noble Lord of Doma should come to the person once again. Mayhap these blasphemies truly are a threat.
Indeed they are. I was told by you and your side of the quarry just recently.
Aye, that we did. In the land Shore Rock. The beast appears to be docile by all accounts. The appearances can be deceiving. If it's as you say, this blasphemy has eyes on the former conscripts. You have not to fear. I trust those who accepted the care are still in yours in Kienken. Enjoy the finest and dirtiest hospitality. Anyway, I know not why it came to the Ruby Sea, nor why it remains idle. But if we act quickly, there's a chance yet we can take it unawares.
I propose we divide our forces. If we're willing to go ashore, we'll take a dip into the circle around the islands. The first to find it will have the honor of kill. Huh! A simple enough plan. Shall I be off to Shore Rock then? Sure! Sure, why not? Let's go! Can't imagine it'll take long to deal with this creature once we corner it.
I thought we were to reprieve from battle with the Imperial withdrawal, but it seems I was mistaken. So be it. I'll not suffer this monster to threaten us any longer.
I mean, they have cannons and I have a gun, so you know what? I think this is kind of fair. I also have a gun that shoots cannons. Okay, down there. Make ready, Bont. Should we find the beast first, we must be prepared to strike at once. This is where the blasphemy was last sighted. If the fates are kind, this will be all over soon. Yeah, I hope we find it first. Oh, we did find it first! Amazing! It saw us! Your melee weapons aren't gonna do anything, let me shoot it! Oh, you just scared it away, come on! Wow, it's fast. Damn! Such speed! I doubt even my falcons could keep pace with it.
Ah, don't tell me that blasphemy's flying off in the distance.
I hope the ill will it bore me after life compelled... in life might compel the beast to fight, stay and fight. Perhaps less of me not remains as I thought.
Minato? That monstrosity is Minato? You knew her? Her family tried to flee to Hingashi during the occupation. Her ship was raided and sunk. What happened upon the wreckage, she was huddled between her parents and a piece of flotsam, desperate to keep warm, but they had long since grown cold. They took her to Odokoro and nursed her back to health. Couldn't imagine what horror she must have witnessed. The mere sight of her weapons was enough to make her start screaming. She was very clearly unfit for our trade, so we sought a village that might take her in. Ishgard was that village. Several months later, I chanced to meet her on this very beach. She was in the company of a young Auri fisherman, and I once knew she had found more than her home there. I saw him here many times after that. She found something comforting about this place, I think.
According to the reports from Hien, the memories and desires of those who turn can influence their behavior as blasphemies.
Then perhaps Minato's memories are what compelled the beast to come here. But that would also explain its timid nature. Minato was never once for violence. The sight of you, blade drawn, no doubt stirred what little of the woman remains in the monster. If that is the case, an assault on Kienken is unlikely, guarded as the land is by our samurai. But how are we to fight an enemy so quick to flee at the first sign of danger? Robbed of her parents and her husband, and now her life. Or rather, we didn't have to at all. But I understand full well that we risk to take by doing nothing. If we catch sight of the blasphemy again, you'll be first to know. Perhaps it's time we can put her soul to rest. Dang! Dang, she got it hard in every direction.
We scarcely had time to draw our weapons ere it fled. Perhaps we must reconsider our approach.
There's naught to do now but bide our time. Come, let's return to the Enclave. Curse you, Hien! Curse you, showing off that cool samurai idol pose that players cannot have. If only we were able to customize our special idol pose with our weapons available. How to tell if a screenshot is modified?
If the blasphemy fears to show itself, there is no telling how long it may take to track it down a second time.
Given what we have learned, it seems unlikely that the blasphemy will return to Shore Rock. It seems highly likely, rather. But that knowledge will avail us not if we cannot prevent it from escaping again. There's the people. It's led by you.
Lord Hien, on behalf of the people of Ishgard, we are come with a request.
We welcome you with open arms and open hearts. What is it you would ask of me?
Those returned to us in the prisoner exchange have been granted shelter at the Kienken. That they live is an affront to the Kami's grand design, and the spirits of our loved ones suffer for it. Balance must needs be restored, and so I beseech you to render them unto the goddess Izanami.
Absolutely not. Yeah! We love this line! We love this line! Yeah! 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 It is not our place to pray for the deaths of others, nor draw steel to state mere bloodlust. When I take a life, be it by command or by own hand, I do so not in service to vengeance, but to uphold my duty to Doma and her people.
How did your mercy for Yatsuyu serve your duty? How were your people made better by the sight of her walking free?
For her crimes and her cruelty, I cut her down the day we took Doma Castle. I sought to kill her, and by rights she should have died then and there. But the Kami willed otherwise. and returned her to us alive and bereft of her memories. With no recollection of her deeds, it would have been Tsuyu who faced punishment, not Yotsuyu. This was my judgment, and for it you were denied your justice you deserved. You have every right to resent me. But you come before me and ask that I sacrifice men and women whose only crime was to suffer and be condemned to a life of servitude. If you truly believe your cause to be sacrosanct, believe yourselves fit to bear the burden to swing the sword, then step forward.
Sophistry and lies. You're meant to die. Their spirits demand it.
Are they the words of the dead, or the living who yet mourn? It's you! He's returned! It's the man! The myth! The legs! Of the legend! Word of the Asali priestesses and her gifts has spread far and wide, and I thought to see the truth of it myself. By coincidence, I crossed paths with a traveller hailing from the self-same village, who had a mind to return as well, but alas could not, and so he bid me deliver a missive in his stead. Judging by the striking resemblance, I take it you are the young fisher Akitsu. Huh? This is a letter from my father, who is severely wounded in battle, but expects to make a full recovery. He's alive, but that would mean... Yeah, she's phony. This is the best evidence. Yeah, Yosetsu! You go, Setsu! Surely a woman of your talents can divine a plausible explanation for this turn of events. Everyone is mad at you, and you should feel bad.
You shall pay for this contumely. My daughter will make certain of that.
That sure is a word, contumely. I've not used that a lot. Yeah, that little kid doesn't know what to think. His whole world's been flipped upside down about 4 times in his lifetime. Thanks for saving us again, Gosetsu. Always the real one, the MVP of Doma. Apologies for the abrupt and otherwise unannounced arrival. As you can see, my Lord Hien, I am returned. Full glad am I for it. As to your timely arrival, we have been given lie to the Kisei's claim of her predaternal powers. I gather you are apprised of recent events. Cat unlocked. Well done, Metal Sheep. Enjoy, Cat. Aye. It will not take long to learn the state of affairs here in Doma, and that my assistance may be required. I had heard tales of Kisei channeling the dead, including the father of one young fisherman. And to my surprise when I saw this spirit in the flesh. He was also on a pilgrimage, paying respect to a departed, and we wanted to meet at the Liberation Front Infirmary. We chanced, rather. Would that we were not brought back together under such circumstances, but I'm glad to see you all hale and hearty. Yeah, me too, big guy. Cat. Zer! Hi, Zer. You too will probably have cats soon. Zer, what you do, you click on the little symbol to the left of the chat message, and then you can assign cat. Next to the little icon, like next to, like, yeah, Jade has cat. You have cat. We all have cat. The cat is fat. Tombo, is something the matter?
I wish to apologize, Lord Hien. It was wrong of me to say the things I said. I understand nothing can bring back my father, but I was so angry,
Please, Tombo, you needn't apologize.
It's just, my brother was always so brave, but father's death was more than he could bear, and it turned him into that monster. If he wasn't brave enough, what chance do I have? Well, I went to perform the rites of father, but the body was never returned to us, so... Not that I blame you for that, Lord Hien. I understand nothing could be done.
Atakitsu's father survived is nothing short of a miracle. I fear he is indeed the rare exception. I've offered prayers at more graves than I can count. It would be cruel to give others a false hope that their loved ones might return. And yet Kisei continues to do just that, offering comfort with her lies. Attempting but ephemeral balm for the wounds I have yet to heal. Much like that anger that harbors for you, or resentment for the families restored while others remain broken. But for those like the poor boy whose hearts lack their hatred, who know only sadness and despair.
Aye, it too may turn. Exposing the truth of Kisei's deception hasn't helped matters. In order to prevent more suffering, we must pursue a lasting solution. I will be most grateful for your counsel, Gosetsu. As much I could learn from your pilgrimage.
And that is aught you require, but say the word and it shall be done. At least I can do for the part I play in Yatsuyu's tragedy. I failed her in the end, but I will not fail you, my lord.
Thank you again for your aid, Bont. These events have given me much to consider. When our next step is decided, you'll be first to know. Yeah! Gosetsu's my favorite character in Stormblood, and I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he didn't die in Doma Castle. I'm glad he came back. I don't like that he left, but I understand he had to for character growth and development, and now he's here. He's injured. He has suffered physical injury. He can't wield his samurai sword anymore. But I'm glad he can still have prominent, important, impactful decisions and things happen to him in the story. Because his presence just changed everything there. And that was great. Alright, let's get caught up on chat. Cat, chunky boy, or girl. Calicos are more commonly female. Contumely, humiliating treatment, language stemming from contempt. Oh, good. Oh, lord. Just like orange cats are more commonly male. I see. Yeah, wasn't there a thing about Wedge in the remake of Final Fantasy VII? Having 3 calico cats that he gave male names? 3 of them. When that is like a statistical near impossibility within like a certain mile radius. Like how Wedge somehow had like several $1,000s worth of cat in his arms because he held 3 male like that was something. I remember seeing a few things on that. Anyway. Story. I think we have 2 more quests. A singular gift. We're going to be given yet more cod chowder. Higiri's stern expression suggests that she has no good news to share. Regrettably, there have been no sightings of blasphemy since our first encounter at Shoal Rock. As Hansui surmised, it seems to fear confrontation. We, for our part, have tried to make good use of this intervening calm. Even now, Lord Hien and Gosetsu discuss how we might prevent other villages from turning. If you would wait here a moment, he would no doubt wish to hear your thoughts on the matter. Alright. Yeah, this cast is finished. We need all 3 of these. We need all 3 of them together anytime they are present. Ah, Bont, I'm glad you could come. As Yugiri no doubt explained, our blasphemy continues to elude us, and so we have turned our attention to other matters we can and should address. After long discussions on much deliberation, we have finally found a means to allay the growing malaise of our people. If you would, Gosetsu.
Idea came to us after considering young Tenbo's remarks about his father, whose body was never found and returned to Doma. Others no doubt shared his melancholy, unable to bury and mourn their loved ones as is their right. Put simply, they cannot make peace with their loss. Their anguish, if left to linger, may consume them as well.
As we might provide the people of Doma with the comfort of closure, we will hold a national funeral at the Swallow's Compass. Those who choose to attend will be asked to present personal facts of the deceased they wish to be enshrined there. Oh yeah, that place! I cleared that out once. You what? Please continue. Spirits reside in all things, but they living or inanimate. And though they may die, a part of us lives on in the items we cherish most in life. Therefore, in lieu of remains, Those belongings will be afforded a place in the royal mausoleum, that the spirits of those lost to us may find their way home to Doma, and at last know peace. The announcement has already been made, and a great many people are now engaged in the difficult task of deciding which keepsake will serve as their offering. It is not a decision to be made lightly, but I suspect they will have made up their minds, and by the time that we go to collect their chosen tokens. I also hope to learn more about the departed from those willing to speak with me for my benefit and for theirs. To break free from their sorrow, they must seek joy in the memories that the loved ones shared and departed, and I will help them find it. Might the Liberator Doma be willing to favor the people with his presence as well? I doubt not that they will appreciate the gesture. Yeah, I can do that. Hon, Yukiri, I leave the people be sorry to you. Gosatsu, might I ask you to...
Apologies, my lord, but there is a small, but most urgent matter I must first attend to.
Oh? You're leaving already? He's trying to avoid their gaze.
Very well. I shall not pry. Now, Bont, let us go and pay visit to our good people in Namai.
Oh good, the stream is dying again. Well, the bitrate says it's in the thousands. Like, multiple thousands. Never mind, it tanked under 1,000. I had to look at it for 2 seconds. Oh, boy. Oh yeah, this is a BTT view mode I decided to have. That's been there.
Right then. Before we begin, I would remind you that you need only listen to the tales of their loved ones. As overseer of the ceremony, I see it as my duty to deliver their effects personally. As this is of my utmost importance, that we keep clear of any beast that might damage our cargo. It goes without saying how important it is that the offerings are delivered in pristine condition. It would be no good for you to fight while heavily encumbered. If stealth or flight are not options, I must ask that you fight for us both. But we needn't worry unless the occasion arises. For now, let us be off.
Oh, we walk with the boy! We walk Hien and Yukiri!
I pray this ceremony helps them find the closure they so rightfully deserve.
My husband was my dear, sweet Merlwyb, never returned from Garlemald, but perhaps now his soul might know peace. Please take this painting brush, this painting brush to Swallow's compass.
I shall handle it with the utmost care. Might we trouble you to tell us more about your husband?
Merlwyb was a kind and gentle soul. There was nothing he loved more in the world than to create. That brush never left his side, not even when he tended to the fields. Any spare moment was dedicated to his craft, and he produced the most wonderful vistas of Yangsha. It was his dream to take us to Kugane, where he would become a famous artist, until he was conscripted. In the early days he would send drawings to the places they took him, though I know not why, or how. But more time began to pass with each arrival, and then they stopped coming altogether. I know not for what far-flung land he died, but I pray it was as beautiful as his works.
He sounds like quite a man. To hold fast to his art even when he was forced to endure such hardship. His soul will find peace, of that I have no doubt.
That was Merlwyb's favorite brush. Please do take good care of it.
This is really sad. Maybe I'm too empathetic. Oh, it's you, kid.
I realize it's quite large, but I wanted to take this on behalf of my brother and our family, Suzushiro.
If you are willing, I would very much like to hear more about them both.
My father, he was a carpenter. He was a good man, if a bit stubborn, always thinking about his work. The only time he ever seemed to enjoy himself was when he had a cup of sake in his hand. When my brother came of age, he took up the trade as well. It brought them closer. I'd seen them laughing over drinks together, or listening in silence to the crickets singing under the moonlight. I wanted to join them one day. Ah! This was their favorite sake. I thought they might miss it.
I am sure it will taste all the sweeter having come from you. I realize no one can ever replace your brother or father. If you allow, I will be honored to share drinks with you in their stead. When you are of age, of course.
Oh! Well, I'm sorry, kid, but no one ever ages in this game. No one. Not a single person. So you're never gonna get that drink. I'm sorry, Tombo. Hey, about my brother and father finding peace as well as compass is comforting. Like a weight has been lifted from my heart. As we have added the weight to Hien's inventory. Sure. This way. Yeah, you.
I must thank you again, Lord Hien, for this honor. My son would have been overjoyed to know his katana will be enshrined in the Swallow's compass.
Nay, the honor is mine. I'm sure your son was a fine warrior.
Aye, and so was I once upon a time. A samurai as it happens, in service to your father when the Empire first invaded the lands. Though we were defeated, our spirits broken, my son, Motosu, has never one to lose hope. He was determined to follow my footsteps. Gave us everything, honoring the skill with his blade. While I watched him train, I felt his pride. Though I'd forsaken swell in my breast, I knew that he would restore our family to its former glory. Alas. He could have fled, perhaps started to live anew as a vagabond of some sort, when he bore the burden and fought for Golabald, for fear of what the Imperials might do if he did not. It was plain he was a loving son and warrior true. I'll care for his blade as it were mine own, and see it gets the honor and respect of a due samurai of Doma. This should be everything. Will you join me for a short reprieve before I journey back?
Sure. Too apathetic during this time? Not possible.
A samurai of Doma. Motosu would be so happy.
Game? Okay. Youngster's great.
He put on a brave face.
No, sorry.
He put on a brave face. The people of Doma are still racked with grief. The same at every village I have visited in recent days. It is only now that I am struck by the contradictory nature of my goals. Having joined the Eastern Alliance and taken steps to revitalize the Enclave, I believe Doma was at last on a path to peace and prosperity. I still do. Yet by focusing so keenly on the future, I have neglected the past that yet haunts my people. Even if they do not give in to despair and become beasts that plague our lands like poor Tonbo's brother, how are we to truly move forward if we are constantly looking back?
You speak of their haunted past, Lord Hien, but what of yours? me. All things considered, I suppose it was only a matter of time before the subject was broached.
Ah! He got to the heart of the matter. A young lord, or best, I think that he cannot lead by example, has not yet made peace with his own past.
It's him! I guessed correctly.
1,000 apologies, my lord. I was passing through, tending to the matters of which I spoke earlier, where I chanced to hear familiar voices in the distance. If I may be so bold, the people of Doma, one and all, understand the source of your pain. To lose your father in the turmoil of a failed rebellion, a staggering duty to the throne thrust upon you. Aye, how could you even begin to mourn, when first you had to lead? Well, behove you to take part in the funeral rites, my lord. Take this time to make peace with your past, or it is still yours to spend. Though unlikely, if not possible, if even impossible, were you to become a monster as well, Doma would surely be lost.
I thank you for your counsel, Gosetsu. If I may ask, why is it you keep your blade at the ready? I thought this personal matter of yours to be naught but a trifle, or am I mistaken?
I find the katana a superior tool for peeling persimmons. Speaking of which, I do believe my stomach makes for something, if you will excuse me.
Training. To upslay the blasphemy, no doubt. Fitting that he should offer me counsel, yet refuse to heed it in kind. He is not the warrior he once was, but he is wise, our obstinate friend. If I am to be perfectly honest, it frightens me to recall it, the moment it all came crashing down. We had taken Doma Castle, victory was ours. And then we looked out and saw the banner of the 12th Legion marching towards us, a crown prince at the fore. No sooner had Gosetsu and I escaped than received word that Zenos had slain my father. I remember how the fight went out and Gosetsu to an instant. How I wept for his lord, and I felt the weight of his profound duty bear down upon my shoulders. Crushing, suffocating. The heat of my own breath, the chill of my clammy palms. But duty demanded I master my emotions. When all those around me, Gosetsu included, were consumed by anger and thirst for vengeance, I had to be in control. Under my orders, we dispersed and fled to fight another day. To this day, I have not stopped to reflect on my father's death. How could I, devoted as I am to finding Doma's way forward? But now I must. And so, having taken you into my confidence, will you see this through with me to the journey's end? Every step we take. The keepsake I would offer up for this funeral is hidden in a place not so easily reached. We have to fly there, I'm afraid, but worry not. My Yol will ferry us. Just a moment. Well, I can fly. But I guess the quest has to assume that you never unlocked flying and be capable of being done regardless. Thank you, Hien. The place we seek is Palm Spring in the mountains. Shall we? Mount the Yol and travel with Hien. Yes. Just like the chocobos, except they're great big birds now. Wow, wow. Sorry. I'll never forget the automaton here. Never. Never.
Yeah, the main story never took us up here. My parents would bring me here for hunt on me as a child. Its beauty and serenity was such that I could forget the realities of the occupation. Indeed, some of my fondest memories of my family are here. It is precisely why I chose this place, to conceal the singular gift my father bequeathed to me as a child. Which is now gonna be the funerary rite item, yeah? What you got? Oh! A Monkey King doll! Charming, is it not? The great auspice Kitari Dishing, said to reside somewhere along the Dayu chain. Yeah, I fought him once! You what? In those days, anyone and everyone knew the tale of his prowess. Reckless boy that I was. I once even tried to seek him out, hoping he might help us. I buried her here shortly after my coming-of-age ceremony. It seemed to be a fitting place to both part with my childhood and offer a final goodbye to my mother. More of a keepsake of mine than his, to be sure, but he was never a man of worldly possessions. Still, I suspect he would allow himself to wear a smile if he were to see it again after all these years. Ah, that's cute. And that is precisely how I wish to bid him farewell. With a smile. Aww. Ah, it should go without saying I would prefer not to become known that I kept this doll here. Wouldn't want the children to go jealous now, would we?
Windows mean nothing.
Oh, it's a raid! Hello, Zetabat, the 6 Raiders. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We are doing somewhat boring solo content, but we are nearly done with it, and so you're going to be able to see a fight before too long. And some drama. Hi, I'm Bolt. I stream Final Fantasy every Friday, and I stream a teamwork game every Tuesday night at 11. Next week, I have no idea which Final Fantasy I'm going to be playing, so if you guys have a suggestion that you'd like, and I haven't already played it on stream, by all means, let me know what you'd be interested in seeing. But for now, I'm going to continue this quest. And of course, after raiding, if you need to, like, chill out and, like, decompose, de-stress, like, don't be afraid to raid and fade. If you gotta take care of yourself, by all means, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Now back to custom voice acting. With that, I believe it is time we return to the Enclave. Wow, one line of dialogue. I was one line of dialogue away from just... whatever. It happens. Is it gonna teleport me better so I don't have to fly? Yes! It saved me teleport fees. I love that.
The two of you were always away for quite some time. Is everything alright?
Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's great. Hey, Fonz! Welcome to the stream. Hopefully it's more stable. Never mind. I just saw it flicker yellow. I hate everything about my internet. There are yet more villages to visit and offerings to collect, but preparations are proceeding apace. Soon, the people will have one less cause to be tempted down the path of despair. Of course, there still remains a problem with the blasphemy. A former conscripts will remain at the Kienkan until we have been dealt with. We will slay the beast in due time. Before that, I would be honored if you were present for the funeral rites. Pray speak with beauty when next you visit the Enclave, which will tell you more of the proceedings. More COD! If nothing else for the new Raiders, I hope that we continue to give you guys some extra stuff. Some extra stuff, like some extra credit leading towards you getting a fat cat next to your name. Laid to rest. Yuguri's somber expression suggests that you have arrived right on time.
As ever, your timing is impeccable. We but moments ago completed preparations for the funeral. I will inform Lord Hien of your arrival.
Neat! You're here. Excellent. The blasphemy continues to show no settlements, and I mean to make the most of the time of his absence afford us. I assure you you're planning to take part in the ceremony. Of course. Glad to hear it. Unfortunately, Kosetsu will not be joining us today. Yeah, he injured himself? He's injured himself, as I knew he would with his secret training, and now grumbles on the confines of his bed. You'll be fine in due course. May worry over his convalescence after the funeral. Alright. Man, they brought Gosetsu back just for one quest at the beginning of another quest. Ah, I miss Gosetsu. I really miss Gosetsu. Okay, so the optimal path here is not to teleport. It's to take a boat and then fly north. Mounts feel really slow in the Doma Enclave. I suppose I could use the Aethernet, but I was already on the mount. The distance was kind of short. Yeah, this way. Oh, they're trying to do a fate for the Fox Lady there. I feel like I don't need fox ears on Bont. Yeah, he's already got ears. He doesn't need special ears. Okay, here we go. A finale. There was a peculiar-looking doll among the effects, but I can find no record of it in our stores. Would you happen to know who brought it? Don't worry about it. It's just a trick of the mind. Wow, that's a weird reflective effect going on from him. Neat. The villagers soon arrive ere long. Then we may begin. Lay to rest. Yeah, we did this dungeon once. Well, at least there are no more fiends here. Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, she's here too. Lord Hien, I apologize, my lord, for my past transgressions. I yearn to believe my daughter was a kami reborn, but you are right. She is a monster. Words can ill express my shame for advocating that conscripts be sacrificed to appease the dead. Nay, the ceremony shall serve far, far better. And so, as a humble citizen of Doma, I offer my deepest gratitude and beg for your forgiveness. I would make an offering on behalf of my husband and son, as well as my dear sweet Minato. I throw myself on your mercy, Lord Hien. Allow them to place within the mausoleum, that their spirits may know peace. And so he is approaching her. There's no need to beg forgiveness, Kisai. Please, rise. She smiles and she draws a knife! But Yugiri is really good at her job! Yeah, Yugiri! She will come for you. By the kami, she gave her life to draw the blasphemy. Yep, that seems to have worked. But okay, this works out really good. This is like the inside of a cave. She can't really fly away in here. We can actually fight. Shut the door! Yeah! Yeah! The Endwalker's coming in! Yeah! Duty commence! Okay, so we have a melee DPS, a ranged DPS, and a tank. This is gonna go great! Yeah, Hien can tank us in Samurai, don't worry about it. Here we go! Yeah! Minato told me responsible for Kisei's death. I will hold its attention. Stygian Whale. Ow. I'll heal that. He's in charge. Bond! Can you break his focus? Yeah. Yeah, good thing I have a physical range DPS interrupt. It's like my role actually matters here.
Another whale. Let's tactician this one. Yeah, because that kind of hurts. Send the robot again. Oh. Oh, I don't have the chainsaw at this level. Wasted reassemble. Wasted. Yeah, I'm really starting to take damage. Can one of you heal? Either of you? No? Okay, I guess we just have to kill it faster then. Oh, she's screaming again? Dismantle that? Yeah, this is looking bad. This is looking real bad. A formidable foe indeed. It will not be bested. Another whale. Okay, I had a little bit of time to recover after that last one.
It is nothing.
Yeah, this is not great. We are not winning in time. Resentment overflowing. What does this do? Have care. They are thick with a malice. Marching lasers. Yeah, we can dodge marching lasers.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
Tactician again? Yeah, this is bad. Oh no, this is really bad, actually. Oh no. Erase the strike. On your guard. What guard? We're out of defensive cooldowns. I can't move. Hien, why didn't you ask for a healer? I could have healed. But wait! It's Gosetsu! With the most miraculous job change, becoming the only healer in Doma!
Apologies for the untimely arrival, my lord.
The true savior of Doma! Gosetsu! Gosetsu, what is that stuff?
Pilgrimage has proved a most enlightening experience. That is why I chance to discover the benefits of training. I may no longer be fit to wield a blade, my lord, but Shugondo affords me another way to turn the tide of battle.
Yeah! Yeah! He's a unique Eastern flavor white mage! The greatest job change in existence! Samurai the white mage!
Stubborn as ever.
I shall have to thank you later. Let's put an end to this. Yeah, now we have a full party. Or a light party, depending on your perspective. Alright, let me back in. Here we go. We must discuss the change of vocation after dealing with the blasphemy. What father? Okay, a stack worker. Yeah, I'm with Gosetsu. I will keep Gosetsu alive.
You have my thanks.
And you have my thanks for healing us. Okay. Yeah, I'm lagging really bad, which is making this not great. But it's working. It's working.
Yeah, look at him having arrow 3. I sense something is amiss. Quickly, to me. Yeah, what is your... I'll test the will and training both. Hold fast, everyone. Yeah! Well done, Gosetsu. Now I believe it is past my time to pay my turn.
The weave of a shinobi's power.
Okay, more damage, more damage, more damage. Marching lasers again. Oh, the left sweep. In the middle of all that. Okay. Not hard dodge, just have to dodge into the middle. We're good. More unavoidable damage. How about a tactician for that? Get that time bomb going. Okay, Gosetsu's always coming to me. Yeah! Yeah, Gosetsu! Real champion of raid mechanics!
Just but a scratch.
Goodness sake, can I get this as a trust ally? Please? Imagine if after doing all these, you get unlock all these people as people unlocked for your trust. Like, that would be amazing. I got you. Dismantle. Less damage. Less damage. Add one more. Reassemble. Drill. Yeah! Seeker Master says, part of me is wondering why Gosetsu would have made more sense as Astro, considering the Stormblood Astro quest, which was, as I recall, merging Astro teaching with Doma Geomancy. Sort of. But even still, Doma Geomancy was mostly white magic, in terms of animations. And coming from the land. They just did their astrology geomancy differently by looking up and down. Right? The same but different. A deceiver to the bitter end. But she is still the daughter of Doma. You'll have a proper burial, and her family's belongings enshrined with the others. There's all the tools that we collected while we were there in Namai. Yeah! It's safe now! I have gathered you here today not to speak of the future, but to reflect on the past, to pay respect to loved ones fallen on the field of battle. In honor of the sacrifices, these sons and daughters of Doma shall be given the place here, at the Swallow's Compass. Though they no longer walk with us in life, they walk with us in spirit. Pray never forget their bravery, and the memories of their legacy give you comfort and strength. Merlwyb Matawaka, the aspiring painter, who was a man who saw beauty in all things, and one day would have become a renowned artist in Kugane. Motosu Jito, a warrior in training. He longed to become a samurai like his father and bring honor to his family. Suzushiro Kotakumi, the carpenter, a man who wholly dedicated to his craft, who hoped to one day pass on his talent to his two loving children. And it went on and on. And lastly, Minato Shiagaki and her mother-in-law Kisei. Theirs was once a happiness to be envied. Minato's parents were murdered by Imperial soldiers, and after being rescued by the Confederacy, Minato was given into the care of the village of Isori. Oh, she arrived with a broken heart, who was soon mended by the man who would become her husband, a son of Kisei, who himself had been born on winds of tragedy. Kisei was a child of the deep, born in Suinosato. With her gifts she was exiled, but with her courage and tenacity founded a new home on the shores of the Ruby Sea. She was a devoted wife and mother, and though not related by blood, she loved Minato as if they were their own. That is how she lived, how they all lived, and how they should be remembered. Let your hearts swell not with sorrow, but with joy for their memory. Know that the proof of their mark left in this world shall remain here, enshrined within this world's compass, for all eternity. Let us still our voices, and in silence pray for their souls. They might share in the peace we have found.
Yeah. They're sad, but they're still good to go to. They're still good to go to.
Traditionally, the royal mausoleum is reserved for the ruling clans. I have no doubt Lord Hien would approve of his son's decision.
Many tears were shed throughout the ceremony. Not for grief, or for relief, I think. Happiness, even.
Yeah. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting a battle with a blasphemy as a prelude to the ceremony. At least now we may breathe easy, if only for a short while. The villagers have returned home, and I believe it is time that we did the same.
You just walked right through me. I'm glad that of all the people that we have in Doma, we have one singular healer. Because if I remember right, most of the geomancers that were in the Astrologian questline, which I'm not going to be playing on stream, those guys were all like of the other nation, the one I can't forget, the one that the capital, Kugane, which is not Doma. Kugane is not Doma, so they are different geomancers. So in all of Doma, we have one healer, and that's Gosetsu. Gosetsu is a champion. He changes his class depending on his raid's needs. Good job, Gosetsu. Good job. Never in my wildest dreams did I foresee Gosetsu embracing ascetic arts.
I am not well versed in healing magics. I think it was enough to be of some use to Lord Hien.
Guy, you are a champion. Keep doing what you're doing.
We've held a national funeral and slain a blasphemy decides. Rather productive day, would you not agree? The former conscripts will be elated to finally return home.
Yeah.
Speaking of returns, I think I speak for us all when we say your appearance at the Spoils Compass came as somewhat of a shock. What of your injuries from training? Quite painful for some time, I assure you. Despite my best efforts to reclaim my former skills, my back and hips have rigorously protested. I planned to sleep that I might be well rested for tomorrow's hunt, but a voice called out to me. I was needed, and so I grabbed my cane and ran as quickly as my ailing body would allow.
The cane suits you, Gosetsu, but your mastery of healing magic was a sight to behold, almost as surprising as your resurrection following the fall of Doma Castle.
I am still but a novice in dire need of training. It is my hope that I will be able to refine my ascetic arts during my next pilgrimage.
So you are leaving then?
Worry not, Lord Hien. Should you find yourself in dire straits of war, I shall fly to your side. Not as a samurai, perhaps, but I will nonetheless give our enemies cause to tremble. And with that, I take my leave.
Yeah, maybe you would like some ibuprofen? Would you like an ibuprofen these trying times?
Well, it may be years, if not decades, until we truly make peace with our past. We have turned a corner and begun to heal.
We may look to the future unburdened by grief, ignored by sadness denied. The path ahead is ever fraught with peril. We shall walk it with eyes unclouded, and with pride. You have done so much for us, for Doma. I wish there was more I could do for you. You guys are good. I'm just happy to come here and help every now and again. Also, thanks for the money that your tributary services keep giving me. Hey, let me ask for one last favor before you leave. Please inform our representative at Radzahan that the blasphemy has been vanquished, and the people of Doma are safe. With any luck, our experience here will prove useful on other nations that yet grapple with these beasts. Well, yours that's the last one I dealt with, but thank you. Safe travels, Bond, and may the Kami bless you. The people of Sino Sato will be relieved to hear of recent events. I wonder what Mother and Father would say. They'd be happy for you, because they love you. Or, let's see. Radzahan. So I'm over time. There was a lot of trouble with today's stream. It got better later. Of course it got better after, like, the great big cutscenes were done. Of course it got stable after the fight was done. But I can't dwell on that. Well, I mean, I can, but I'd rather not to. Master Bond, you are returned. What road from Doma? We had a memorial ceremony, and also fought the blasphemy. We're good. The blasphemy is no more. That is most wonderful news. I must inform the other delegates at once. Thank you again for answering our summons. If another threat should rear its dastardly head, I pray we can count on your assistance again. And now die drops McGammar for everybody. And we are done here for now. For now. There is a culmination quest for the RoleQuest, but I have to beat the story to do it. For now, we have solved all the blasphemies. Which means it is finally time for me to continue the plot. It is finally time for me to actually continue the plot of Final Fantasy XIV. Yay, plot! So let's see. The main story quest is located all the way up there inside the building. Charlayan is not currently under apocalypse, so we get to enjoy skies that aren't red. Right now it's foggy, so like it's maybe not so bad. I love Charlayan. It's my favorite city in the game, still to this day. That might change with a new expansion coming out, but that's always the thing, right? I hope to see cool new environments that might make me like it more than the previous place, so that maybe I'll go and hang out there more. But that's all for today. That's all for tonight. That's it. We're doing good. We got the RoleQuest done. We're doing great. We're doing great. So, thank you all so much for watching. I really greatly appreciate it. I'm going to check my phone to see if there is anybody that I would like to raid. No. No, I think not. So, thank you all for watching. And I hope that you have a wonderful week. Good night, everybody. Oh, raid Zetabat. Hold on. Is Zetabat still raiding? Is Zetabat still going? Really? You know what? Sure. Sure. Let's do that. Sure. Good night, everybody. Let's get some extra points. Go.